Alright, good morning, VOD channel. It is I, once again, Martian Boo, he who eats potatoes while they sleep. I'm gonna play some duels. It's time to... we started this run yesterday, and I'm just gonna finish it off today. We are 7 wins in, no losses, so, you know, we're doing great out there. Actually, just doing great out there. And in a bit, like, after this duels run is over, I'm gonna play some Pokemon. So, there's that. Mozaki versus Tyler.
Spells be the greatest weapon of all.
Spells be the greatest weapon of all. I feel like maybe keeping that is a good idea. I don't know. We'll toss it. Why not? After all, why shouldn't I toss it? Alright. Cool. After you destroy an enemy minion with a shadow spell, add a copy of that minion to your hand. It costs 2 less. On your first 2 turns, you get an extra mana crystal. Very good. Destroy this with a shadow spell. They'll never guess I chose the giant one. I mean, they could probably guess it. They could probably guess it. Stream just started and already 7 wins easy. It's that easy. It's that easy. All you gotta do is queue it up. So I have this like little this bubble here to show my rank. Which I had like a square before with a non-circle camera. But the bubble is really nice for showing the 3 boxes. The other one didn't show that as cleanly. Score 1 for the bubble. Do I do this in the interest of losing the video game? No. What I really meant was, do I do this in the interest of getting more spells in my hand to discount more cards? But Tempo King, you know what I mean? I guess. Wrong ingredient. How did you win that 30-turn game against Rattlegar yesterday? Because I had 10 bombs left in my deck. 1 bomb would kill me, and then I drew my okay, so I had 10 cards left in my deck. 7 were bombs, 3 were real cards. And any 1 bomb would kill me, but I drew all 3 real cards. That's how. Do you think I was a goner? Couldn't be me. I don't want these more than a card from my deck, right? Which one of these are they least likely to pick? Alright, cool. Yeah, I definitely wanted that more than what I was gonna get there. Yeah, these are all very expensive. Alright. What's up, Schlom the Bread? How you doing? Owie! Well, I was hoping to be able to play this and this together. But I didn't get one that was worth I didn't get one that was castable with this. At least not till next turn. Okay. Well. That's not bad. You're doing fine. That's what's up. You love to see it. You love to hear it. Elemental inspiration. Hey, Elray. I absolutely dare you to play cards. I've taken so much damage, chat. I'm not into it. So I think I have to play this next turn. But then after that, maybe we can play this. Could also just play this on curve and hope for the best. Man, this used to cost, it always cost 8, but like this costs 8. I remember this card being a banger for its time. Ugh. These days, this thing would summon 2/8 costs. Hey! Rude. Alright, I have to get all of this out of my hand. I have to get it all out of my hand, chat. Alright, I will start with this. Bask in my radiance. Okay. Alright. So far, so something. Look what you made me do. Hey, don't be doing that. I don't want to take 4 damage. If I am going to take 4 damage, I want to take it on my terms. Ah, that would have been great. I would have loved that. Anyways, I think... So this for next turn, this for this turn. That's my opinion. Well, it's either this or it's this, right? I guess it's that. I have to get one in my hands. What if I didn't want one in my hands? Anyways. We would have loved to save this for Sif, but unlucky. Do not look away. Alright. I actually don't have that much to play next turn, right? Like, in order to save all my stuff. I think I can do it. Silence and destroy all enemies. Rude. So rude. Actually, so rude. Up to 4 different spells. No, that's too much damage to my face. I've taken so much damage, chat. So much damage. Alright, can I get more than that? Probably not, right? I've cast a shadow spell.
Always hungry for more. It's feeding time.
And who cares about this one, I guess. Oh, that's not bad. I'll take it. I guess I would have liked a lifesteal one, right? That would have been ideal. That would have been ideal. They never have a second rod. Oh my goodness. That hurt me right in the face, not gonna lie. I do have a tremendous volume of damage lined up here. That's nice. Yo, was ever Sif plus draw? Alright. Ooh. Well, I have to get rid of this. So that's happening. Oh, you know what I didn't think about? It's not lethal still. I could have done maximum 7 more damage. All right, never mind. But I could have gotten some Wind Furies out of these two. I guess I want to play this. And I guess a greedy Martian would trade here and ping it. But a scared Martian will do this.
Derivative.
Alright. Now all we have to do is win. Come on, Tyler, don't do it. Ooh. Oh. Is it over? How good is Infinite Arcane? It's pretty good, yeah. It's pretty good. Especially because, like, with the way that the treasures are set up, if I draw it earlier, it gets super discounted.
Ha! Thank you.
Do you think Tyler's unhappy with me for that emote?
That was awkward.
Duels is based just because I have an opportunity to play this card. How do we make Sif work in Wild?
Out of time.
I guess it wouldn't be that hard. Just like ice blocks and then the multi-school stuff. You know Tyler had a 2-cost card in their hand and just quit? Yeah. Hey, Matthias. I guess Marshy win. Hey, Necrodan. Yay! Yay. Won't it be just like playing Mozaki? Yeah, it will be. That's why I haven't done it already. It's like, you know, Sif is cool, but Mozaki. Although I guess you could play them both, right? Right, that's okay. This has Algalon in it for some reason. And this has... I mean, I guess this stuff isn't that bad, but... I think that's better. I think. You guys think I'm going to win 4 and be done? Easy peasy. Any win straight throughers? Where are my win straight throughers at? This time.
Spells be the greatest weapon of all.
What does this do? Let me see. I guess I'll keep that. Is this Aiden, the Aiden we know? What Pokemon am I playing later? TCG.
That will bite.
Oof, that will bite.
That was awkward.
Passive. Whenever something is frozen.
That will bite.
Are we a little emoterson? Spell damage, and whenever a minion is frozen, add a copy of it to your hand. It costs 2 less. Interesting. How come this doesn't say Marabi? It should say Marabi on it. That's my opinion. Yeah, right. Okay, my finey. Okay, goodbye. Hey, Doogie. How do I like Nico? I haven't played Nico. I don't know how I like Nico. It also hasn't been played against me. Well, I have a lot of cards in my hand. So I think this turn I'm going to do that. That's my big opinion. My opponent can freeze this and have as many 1/2 turtles as they want. Thorn God Turtle. Alright, I've played a nature spell. This is a nothing spell, right? Yeah. That's a nothing burger.
Could you repeat that?
That's a note taker. Alright, enjoy your turtle. Enjoy it. I will do this. Sure. Hey, disciple.
Could you repeat that?
Huh. What's going on over there? What are you doing to me? Leave me alone. Let me win. I saw your priest video, and I hope you will do the same for the other classes. I'm going to go again with that video, with those reviews, but I'm gonna do 3 at a time. Oh, the spell damage messed them up. They couldn't honorably kill. That's funny. It was too short. The algorithm didn't like it, so I'm gonna try doing 3 at a time. Hey, NZT, how you doing? Marshy clear. All right. I guess I want to play this.
Always hungry for
And then that. And then we have some mono worms. For a split second, I thought I wasn't going to get the worms.
lightly used armor.
Armor. Lightly used armor. I really like this picture. I don't know what it is about it. It's a cool card too. Really like the concept. Doesn't see play in standard, right? Or does it? Be cool if it did.
Always hungry for more.
Now what's going on with this? Any Vardens off the top? Any Varden believers? I don't do that. Rude. Rude. My opponent really likes mono worms. To be fair, I like them too. I guess we'll start with this. Of course, it hits one thing twice. Am I gonna ping? I don't think I want to ping. counter spells in my deck. I guess. Do you mind the new expansion having weaker neutral cards, at least compared to Titans or March? No? Are they especially weaker? Because I find myself not being able to put neutral cards from new expansions in decks pretty much at all. So March had Astalor. What else? Then Titans had... I don't know. Ignis. Alright, so they each have like one thing worth playing. I don't know that like the cards are weaker. And I don't know if you knew this, but we're actually one neutral card shy of all of them. Am I gonna ping something? I probably will. These sure are expensive things. Ooh. Alright, neat. Guess I'll leave it at that. Maybe I'll kill that. Hope I don't lose anything too cool. I hope I don't lose anything too cool. I haven't played anything from another class yet, have I? No, I played the nature thing. So I haven't played one of the things that I can play. I played frost. It must be fire. Oh no. They actually pulled it off. Some bee did it. What does this do?
Yeah.
Draw a spell, cost less. Owie! Okay, well. Killing this isn't happening, right? We don't worry about it. Yeah, that's at 4 now. And then I guess it's time for this. Have I discovered anything yet? I can't and also still play this. And I want to still play this. Okie dokie. Guess I will attempt to play this next turn. I can do this and then this. That'll be pretty cool. How dare you? How dare you do that? My opponent has played so many Mono Worm against me. When will the freezing end? Your freezing ends. My Chumbus begins. Oh my goodness. Insane refill. Oh my goodness. Wait, does that guard the nuts with that treasure? That's funny. That's funny. Ooh, okay. Alright, I'm actually super happy to see that. Alright, you're gonna have to wait, Infinite Arcane. Cool. Wanted to ask if the Battlecry Murloc Reno Shaman deck got hit badly in Wild and if it's still playable. When were you thinking? Because that matters. It got hit like when the Shaman Murlocs got hit, but it didn't get hit more recently than that. It's about to get better, like when Yogg-Saron decks stop being a thing tomorrow. Oh my. Look at all those snakes. Now my opponent's deciding, alright, yeah. I was gonna say, like, if they wanted to have more snakes on my field, or if they wanted to get rid of my 4-3. I guess they want to get rid of the Mono Worm, that makes sense too. Okay. Well. Where's my Discover effect? This is not really a good one.
Reality woven. Reality woven.
All out of cards!
He's active. I mean the Murloc package for Reno Shaman is worse, but it's not like it's not like it got hit hard enough to not be a thing. Okay. Oh, Cram Session is trash to me now, isn't it? It's kind of funny. I guess it's gonna just be this turn, right? I can't, like, without giving this up forever, I can't play this too. I don't know that I want to take all that damage, but anyways, I'll do this. My powers are never truly Squambus. Hey, Uriel. Am I playing duels? I am. Are you playing duels? When did you get? When did you win 8 games? I won 7 last night and 1 today.
My powers.
Order, you could have ended with a 4-2 instead of a 4-1. How will you win now? Really? I missed it. My opponent wanted many Aegwin. That's my opinion. Oh, not the snapshot. They had a million cards left in their deck and they got their snapshot. Excuse me. Please stop. Please stop it. Let me win. I like. This looks kind of tough to win. They keep freezing all my stuff and have infinite value. It's killing me. Let's see. What can we get? Oh, well that works out. If I had more damage in hand, that'd be sick. It's gonna be like if that wasn't 0. The end of days is finally upon us. Alright. Here's the thing though. Now my opponent's gonna freeze my Yogg. Why do I have +3 spell damage? Oh, because of Aegwin. Well, poop. I feel like playing Sif is a bad idea for a few reasons. Alright, well, enjoy your many Yogg. My opponent's gonna have unlimited Yoggs around. I missed your streams recently. How goes the invasion of Earth via children's card games? You know, it's going about as well as it does, I'll say that much. I feel like I can't possibly win against this overwhelming value and like inability to ever hit with any of my stuff. My opponent getting like infinite Yoggs is a huge problem. Maybe I shouldn't have taken the Yogg there. It's not like I had another play though. Hit your own Yogg. I guess, no. Darn it. Sheesh. He also got my Aegwin. Hope is an illusion. Ooh. I wish I still had spell damage. Wouldn't that be nice? Alright. Guess I just do this, right? Ooh. And just like that, come on! I was about to say, just like that, we're back in it, but ugh. Alright. Wait, that's how that works? I thought it was when they froze something. I can't even freeze anything without giving them infinite value? It's possible to draw in duels. Oh, yep. Any Pokemon enjoyers? Hey, Pug. Would you go for a Raza Priest with or without Benedictus in Wild? Depends what my goals are. I think the winning strategy is with Benedictus. You mean Shadow, right? My opponent is never going to run out of Yoxaron. Never. Burr, 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 burr. Okay.
My powers are never truly gone.
My powers are never truly something. Well. So. This takes care of the Yogg for sure. The Yogg doesn't need to go this turn, though, right? Like, I could kill this. And I guess that. I don't even know. It's too much, chat. That was a good one. Alright, well, not great, but not bad. It's okay, we have infinite value. Well, they have infinite value and also infinite Yoggstrons, so I don't know. He just needs to get unlucky with tense. What's tense? Burr, 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 burr. Add a regular sized thimble to your hand. What is a regular sized thimble? Oh, unlucky with tentacles, I see. That would help. That would help.
Time runs low.
Time runs low.
Yeah, I
don't need a spagooty. Alright. Here we go. Bask in my bastions. Okay, maybe I messed up. I do this. I do that. And then I do this. We see how that goes. Alright, I'm actually feeling a little bit better about this. That went okay. I mean, like, that wasn't a great roll, but, you know, we hit all three of them, and these two got worse. So. Call upon the powers of all four elements. Ow. Man, that's pretty good when you have a bunch of extra spell damage, huh? That ain't bad. Are you happy about tomorrow's Yogg nerf? Are you gonna miss him? Also, how do you feel about Jailer being murdered? I'm happy the Jailer's gone, and I am gonna miss Yogg. Yogg is so good that I've been playing a ton of Wild. I am super happy about the Yogg nerf, and I wouldn't say I'm bitter about the I wouldn't say I'm bitter about the Chumbo nerf. I wouldn't say I'm bitter about the jailer nerf because I get it. I just like I'm a little bummed about the jailer nerf. Good riddance to Yogg though. Dancing in the dark with boo between my arms. Yep, that's the exact lyric. All right, now we can do this. Star Swirly coming in with the 15-month Star Swirly. Thank you so much. How are you, my friend? The end of days is finally upon us. Oh, yeah, you were having a rough time, huh? I hope you're doing better today. Yeah, you're doing better, I guess, yeah. Yeah, good to see you. I hope, and nothing helps, right? But I feel for you.
They need our care now more than ever.
Now more than ever. Ow. How many boards can I clear? Maybe I take this and assume my Sif always sticks. You know, because like if they can't play anything, you know what I mean? This is oh, I forgot to factor in the damage. But
Job's done. A tactical.
maybe we can get a a big Sif playoff. Ah, come on. No. Sif Cram combo? Yeah, it's the perfect time for it. Alright, well that's timely. That's timely. Need my opponent to run out of stuff. It might be Cope, but it's Cope. And then, can I activate this? I could, like, cram and then this and then that. Sure. What's one damage? You know what I mean? Haha, no popsicooler for you. Do you drink espresso in the morning? Not all the time, but sometimes.
Let the pain speak.
Okay. This looks kind of bad, but it might not be. Here's what's gonna happen. All right, we're gonna get Sif in one of our next discovers, and we're gonna blow them out of the water with these things. You'll see. You'll all see. Stop it! That's too many Yogg. That's like 2 more Yogg in their hand. So brutal. I wonder if I shouldn't have played it. Seriously. Okay. That buys time, I guess. I'm out of cards!
A tactical mistake.
We'll just get all the freezes. Yeah, I mean, like, if we keep drawing the freezes, that's fine. Ah, brutal. I'm out of cards! Ooh, that would have been sad. That's my infinite value. But this could be anything. Could even be a boat. Didn't hit that at all. Alright, I'm gonna have to ask you to run out of stuff, please. I need you to start fatiguing. That's your Yogg? Yeah. That's my Yogg. That's my Yogg. Why are we even killing the Yogg? It does nothing. That's a good point, actually. Why am I killing that Yogg? When you're right, lasagna. Ooh, gotta get that. Absolutely have to get that.
Bask in my radiance.
Huh. This is like the greediest thing I've ever done in my life, but here we go.
Bask in my radiance.
Maybe they'll give me a Yoxeron.
Never be afraid of your inner
I'll take that. I'll take that for sure. I will absolutely take a couple of those. Uh-huh. Aw. Well, I don't think it matters if I'm frozen that much. I don't think it matters that much. Ah, that was my funny win condition. Owie. Missed 3 damage, we win. Missed 3 damage, we win. I don't feel like I'm in a position to where either of these is good for me, right?
Never be afraid of your inner power.
Never be afraid of your inner power. Eh. Well.
Bask in my radiance.
Should have done that before. Should have done that before. Do I lose, by the way? Yeah. 7, 8, 9, 10. I haven't quite lost. Just depends if they have damage. Not looking good? I agree. I agree. How many wins did you get yesterday? This is my... I got 7 yesterday, and I'm currently at 8. What turn is it? I haven't been keeping track. A million.
Never be afraid.
They're going for it. Did they find damage? They almost always find damage, right? There's lots of shaman damaging spells. Yep. Unlucky. First loss. Now we stink. Ring of Black Eyes apparently, OP apparently. It was pretty nuts, but also, like, I mean... I don't know. How do you win this? I think we were kind of close, and maybe I could have played it a little bit better. Summon, whatever, that one. I like Infinitize the Maxitude. That ended up being pretty important. That's good, that's good, that's good, right? Maybe that's not good. Sif, this... I don't know. Here we go. Actually, tough choice. All right, surely we'll win 4-0 now. Surely. Surely, Tim. You think you'd favor the Molten Rune? Ah, very good. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to win. I'm ready for all the biscuits. Blurp, blurp, blurp. When did Ring of Black Ice get buffed to include the mana discount? Did it not already have it? I don't know. I'm a casual duelist. I stop by every once and again. Oh my goodness. Elise is a One Piece character. Because bounties are unique to One Piece. That's what I've learned. Alright, we found an opponent.
I will fight every teacher here if I have to. You look suspicious. I will write you up.
What even is a keep in this deck? That seems okay, right? It's just an arcane intellect. Okay, I'll keep it. Oh no, a Rouge. A Rouge. Thoughts on Netflix One Piece? I liked it as someone who hasn't watched the anime. It was alright. You know, it could have been worse. Oh, I forgot I had that treasure. It's been so long since the beginning of last game that I forgot I had the draw 2 treasure. Well, I shouldn't have kept that. After the first enemy dies each turn, raise a 1/1 bloated zombie. Remember when this was broken? Start of your turn, give 2 random minions in your hand +1/+1. That seems really good. Seems really good to me, chat. Man. Having this early seems good, right? Cowboy Bebop is the original bounty tag holder? If you say so. I actually don't know when each of those started. Surely Cowboy Bebop came first. It has that, like, you know, end of the 80s era style animation to it. Like, that was in the 90s. One Piece definitely has a much more, like, early 2000s type of vibe to its early animation. We're playing the long game, chat. The longest game. Bebop is 99. Isn't One Piece late 80s? No. $1998 versus 1999. So did One Piece come out earlier? Interesting. Well, I'll be a potatoes chumbus. I'm gonna gain 1,000,000 armor. That's my new plan. Opponent literally never clears my elemental, and then we win. Cowboy Bebop came early? Ah, okay. Gotcha. Gotcha. Hey, Snake. Isn't One Piece manga super old? Oh, I don't know. One Piece manga release. 1997.
Never bring a sword to a fish fight.
Is there any shot you're thinking of Astro Boy?
Wrong ingredient.
Job's done.
Oh my goodness, I forgot to keep track. What have I played? I've played Arcane. And Shadow. Alright, I played Arcane and Shadow. Circle Cam is popping. Think easy, man. Yeah, I'm hard team Circle Cam. Don't listen to the haters. Hey, Lamp. I was on the fence. Until I got this comment yesterday that was like, they were like, they hated the Circle Cam. They hated it, and their reasoning was it's so different from every other streamer. Like, all right, good. So yeah, it's forever now, unless I change my mind later. Oh my goodness, am I ever gonna be able to stick a thing? Triangle cam, please. I got you. What about circle cam but blur on the borders?
Woo! Music to my ears.
How much blur? I actually tried to do an effect like that and it looked terrible. But like, I don't know that I, like, maybe there's a way I could do it right.
May I have this dance?
The circle cam has like massive react streamer vibes. I am reacting. I'm reacting to my opponents giving me the business. Oh my goodness. This is devastating, chat.
Bask in my
Bask in my bastions. It's not looking good, chat, is it? Not looking good. Please don't hit this. Oh my goodness, no! Alright. Well, we need something amazing. That's pretty amazing. Oh. You know what? Both of those were alright. here. No, that was a bad play. Unlucky. Plus, like, this thing had the extra damage. There was nothing I could do. Brutal. What are my top 3 Pokemon? My favorites? Bonsly, Crobat. There's so much contention after that. Kabutops was my favorite for a long time. So I kind of want to honorarily give it to Kabutops, but maybe like Darkrai is way up there lately. A huge fan of Tyranitar. I like Tyrantrum, the T-Rex dragon. There's a lot of good ones. Aggron #1. It's not for me. But, you know, it's cool if you like it. I kept this again like a doofus. How did I forget already? Goldfish Brain. Cards that didn't start in your deck cost 1, but no less than 1. Okay. You hear your favorite Pokemon was Mudkip? I really liked Mudkip. And then I evolved it. You know what I mean? Anyone ever evolve their Mudkip and then be dismayed? Original Mudkip is very cute. Then you turn it into a Marshtomp. Personally, I love Mega Gengar. I like Mega Gengar. I also like Gigantamax Gengar, and I don't like a lot of the Gigantamax Pokemon. That's funny because on the games I played as a kid, I started with Mudkip. That was my first starter from that gen, and then I evolved it, and I went, whoa. But definitely Blaziken is my favorite from that gen. Impossible to evolve Pikachu by accident, which makes it even better. Oh, Pikachu's the best Pokemon. I see. Well, my mom likes Pikachu. As do a great many humans, it turns out. Take your 8 damage. Get wrecked. Get absolutely destroyed. Was that Arcane Frost Fire? Hey, you stop that. Do you VGC at all or just TCG in Pokemon? I've like gone really hard into the I've gone really hard into the TCG a couple times. Or into the VGC a couple times, but it's too tedious for me to keep up with all the time. Like if it was just, you know, like if it was like a half-hour process to set up a competitive Pokemon, I think it would be really cool, and I would do it. But like I don't want to spend hours doing menial tasks to set up countless Pokemon. Even with all the like ways that they've shortened it over the years, just like I don't get rid of the chore entirely. Like make it a fun task to set them up. Like it can still take time. Just like make it a fun task for that amount of time, and then I would play. But yeah, I don't really do it for that reason. Would I rather have a Monoworm? Get a Monoworm later. I miss a whole discount if I don't do this turn. You can play it on Smogon? I can. I've played plenty of Smogon. I have done it. The thing is, like, I want the in between. I want the in between. I want I don't want absolutely like no charisma, no setup required, magicless, um, no adventure 2D Pokemon. Um, and I don't want, you know, full-time job chore set up before I can play the fun part of the game Pokemon. You know, like I want this one to come far enough in this direction. um mm, okay. I think I'm gonna play this one this turn. Yeah, let me do this. I should have done that before, but I'm actually just awful at this game. Teletevin gifting a sub to Rusty Gargoyle. Teletevin, thank you so much. I appreciate you, my friend. Rusty Gargoyle, congratulations. You got a sub. You've got sub. I was just gone and you lost 2 games? Well, thank goodness you're back. Back in the 3DS era, I would edit Pokemons on my PC because it was so tedious just to play online. Can't be that bad. You're rank 8 in duels. I am rank 8 in duels. That's true. I don't get it, but my Prime doesn't work properly. I will be prize home too. Just you wait. Well, I appreciate you. Wait, is this broken once it gets that up? Is this the tragic end to our duels run? Is this the tragic end, chat? I feel like this is about to, like, be ridiculous. What do you think? We're at 4. Muzzle their magic.
By my calculations, you need to chill out.
Job done.
So I'm coming up on 9 mana. I could do this, this, this. How much damage is that? Is that damage? Seven.
Never be afraid of your inner
It's 28 damage. Oh my goodness. If they leave everything up, we're good, right? Don't hurt my stuff, please. You've got Neophyte. Don't heal, don't hurt my things. Why are they doing it? Oh, they're discovering another thing for this.
have much time.
Oh, bummer. I can never still do it, right? So we just go for the freeze.
Always hungry for more.
I would like to get a... Oh, you know what? I'm not even going to worry about it. I'm not even going to worry about getting this back. Although I could just play my Yogg. Nah. I'm not going to worry about getting it back. I'll just get my discount. Call it good. Pretty sure we get there as long as we're not dead this turn. Could have stolen spell damage.
The storm is in me. repeat that?
Please don't kill me. Let me kill you. Please. Please. Oh my goodness! This is cheating!
I'll write that down.
Actual cheating? Oh. We were about to get him. So brutal. So brutal, chat. You hate to see it. You absolutely hate to see it. Alright, well. 8 wins were some of the wins of all time. I'll say that much. It wins is when it gets real, apparently. Apparently. Titans pack. Wow. Oh, this place out in Mars when I eat stuff. Alright, what's in this Titan pack? Is it good? Is it a great pack? Nope. It sickens me. And with that, the Hearthstone section of the stream is over. Goodbye, Hearthstone. Now we are Pokemon mains. Thank you, all the humans who were here for the Hearthstones. If you want to learn how to play Pokemans, you can stick around and watch me play Pokemans. Pokemon TCG. I don't know. And then I will change this to Pokemon. Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. Okay. How was the duels? It was alright. We lost a lot. Apparently our luck ran out yesterday. So this is the dreaded Gardevoir deck. I actually made some changes to it since I went to the regionals, but for playing with you guys, I wanted to play my regionals list. So I'm gonna make that change right quick. So we need Forest Sealstone, and we need Luminion, and yeah, look how funny that is. And then what was my last thing? I think it was a Pokemon. What other Pokemon did I have in here? Do any of you remember? I suppose, you know what? I could just pull out my deck and check. That's in the other room. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, chat. Alright. So, I'm almost certain I had 18 Pokemon in the deck. So I'm gonna... It's my Pokemon deck. So I'm gonna... Oh yeah, Mew EX. Alright, cool. Alright. Blurb, 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 blurb. Yeah. Thank you. So I'll find the Mew. There it is. There's the Mew. I don't have a fancy one, which is fine because they look terrible. All right. Onward. Nope. That's not what I wanted to play. A physical digital card game? What is this madness? I know, right? Here we go. Finding a game. They have these like funny things that they say at the intro, but they go by so quickly you can't really see what they say. So the way my camera is, it covers up my prize cards. So I don't know. Should I just do that? That's too small, right? I don't know where I'd put myself. I could do like that and go here for all the not circle cam enjoyers. You guys like me up here? I don't think anything goes in that space, so we'll see how the game plays. I haven't like really positioned for this before. In the middle? All right, right in the center of the thing. We'll do that. Maybe I want to be a little bit smaller. It's a little better. Yeah, because like it's just the emotes that come over here, I think. I think this is the perfect spot for a Martian. We'll see how that goes. Oh, here, let me put this in the active. All right, so the way that the mulligan works. You need a basic Pokemon. You can see a Pokemon as basic up here. Nope, you can't because my camera's in the way. Where to put me? Chat, I have no idea where I'm supposed to go. Maybe I just need to like... Man, is this good? I want to explain everything to you guys, but you can't see it because of my stupid face. Alright, that's a little bit better. Alright. So, you need a basic Pokemon in your opening hand. Basic Pokemon are the only ones you can put right out on the field. And then they can evolve into a stage 1 or a stage 2. So for this deck, the one I'm playing, we have Ralts as the basic Pokemon, Kirlia as a stage 1, and then Gardevoir as a stage 2. And you have to wait a turn before you evolve. So like my Ralts will have to be a Ralts throughout my whole turn, and then coming back to the next turn is when I can evolve into Kirlia, and then same thing for Gardevoir. So when you mulligan, there has to be a basic in your hand because a basic has to go on the field, and then you flip all the Pokemon simultaneously. If you don't have a basic in your hand, you have to shovel your hand back in, and then your opponent gets to draw an extra card. Yeah. So it's not like the mulligan is really just kind of like it's not like in Hearthstone or Magic where it kind of helps your consistency. It just like it's exclusively to make sure that you have a basic in play. If all of my Pokemon are knocked out, I lose. The main way that you win in this game is to take all of your prize cards. So after both players have set up, you take 6 cards from the top of your deck and put them in this little pile over here. So there's 6 prize cards, and then my cam is covering my prize cards, but I have like the number here you can see. Every time you knock out an opposing Pokemon, you take a prize card. And some Pokemon are worth more than 1 prize card. What I've just done is I've played a supporter. So supporters, trainers are the non-Pokemon cards you play. Well, the non-Pokemon, non-energy. We'll get into energy in a second. But trainers like the super type, and then the subtype is supporter. This is an item card. You can play as many item trainers as you want in a turn. Ooh. My prize cards are devastating, actually. That's really bad. So you can play as many items as you want. This is an item too. I wish I could go slower through this, but like if you take too long, it skips your turn. Yeah, you can only play one supporter. Once you played your supporter, you can't play any more supporters that turn. Items, you can play as many as you want. So obviously, the more powerful effects are put on the supporters. Supporters are much more likely to have a really strong effect. And then items are much tinier effects. But you can play all of them. Then you have stadiums, and this is like a pretty version of a stadium. It's not like they normally look more like regular stuff. Like this is a non-full art supporter. But stadiums have mutual effects. Again, you can only play one in a turn, and I actually probably should have played this one this turn. Now that I think about it, I should have denied them this. You can only play one in a turn, and it can't match a stadium that's already in play. So if your opponent has Artisan in play, you can't play an Artisan. But my opponent has Pokestop, so I could have played Artisan to get rid of their Pokestop. And then the last one is items. I think, did they have an item in their discard pile? Yeah, so this is an item card. Or, tools is the last one. So, tools used to be like you can see Pokemon Tool right here. Tools used to be a subsection of item cards, and now they're their own type. So that card was actually errated. So that's a terrible example, and I think that's the only item I have in my deck. So we're unlikely to see, darn it, we're unlikely to see an item card. We're unlikely to see a Pokemon Tool that says Pokemon Tool on it in this game. I don't think they run any others. But yeah, so energy. My opponent has one energy attached to their Sableye. The psychic energy will fulfill a psychic energy requirement, or anything can fulfill a colorless requirement. So this little white symbol here is colorless. Any energy will fulfill this requirement. But for any other thing, only the energy type will fill it. So if they had like a water energy attached to this, they couldn't use Lost Mine, but they could use Scratch. As soon as you have enough energy to use an attack, that Pokemon can attack. When you can attack once per turn, and attacking ends your turn. So you can't like attack and then do more stuff. Once you get to the attack phase, your turn is over. I was hopeless. There was no way I was winning that game. I don't know why they conceded. Paid actor. All right, neat. It wasn't hopeless, but like it was going to be a tough road to get there. Play 3 stadium cards. I can do that while we're streaming. That'll be fine. So yeah, let's get into another one. What's the Lost Zone? So Lost Zone is removed from play. But it's not always around. Like it's like when they bring the Lost Zone in, they build cards around it. Like it's not just something they generally use to balance cards or anything like that. It'll be like, 2 or 3 sets that are very Lost Zone focused and care about putting stuff in the Lost Zone and stuff like that. That's a really popular deck. It's called Lost Box, and it as it puts stuff in the Lost Zone, it unlocks stronger and stronger stronger and stronger abilities on the Pokemon. The game has super strong name filters, I see, I guess, yeah. Alright, so this is like this is one of the Pokemon we really want to have in our opener. So once during your turn, if this Pokemon is in your active spot, you may look at the top 6 cards of your deck, reveal an item you find there, and put it into your hand. So this increases the likelihood that we find Battle VIP Pass. Oh my goodness, I'm up against my least favorite deck in the game. No. Well, actually, this might be Lugia. All right. There's 2 decks that use this card. There's a Lugia deck that uses this as an attacker, and there's a Stall deck that is actually just a horrible play experience. Okay. All right, so on the first turn, we want to get out as many Ralts as possible so that, like, we have 2 Gardevoir we want to evolve into. And We have two Pokemon. We have two Gardevoir we want to evolve into, and any that aren't a Gardevoir can be this Curlia that lets you draw cards. So abilities are text on Pokemon cards that does not require you to attack. So various Pokemon have abilities, and this one is a once per turn ability. Like you just click on it and you use it. But there are other abilities that are like auras, and they're always affecting things. Like this one, prevent all effects of attacks from your opponent's Pokemon done to this Pokemon. Oh, that's a different Snorlax. All right, I was thinking of the other one. This isn't the stall one. This is probably the Lugia deck. Yeah. So what they want to do, this Archeops lets you search your deck for 2 special energy and attach them to one of your Pokemon every turn. Archeops is balanced around being really annoying to get out because it's a fossil Pokemon. You just need to know that they're tough to get out on their own. But the Lugia V-Star lets you take colorless Pokemon out of your discard pile and put them onto your bench. So you don't have to bother evolving it. You just have to get it into the discard pile, then use the Lugia's ability to put it on the bench. So then it uses these to like power up all of its various attackers. And they're in a tough spot because they don't have a Lugia, which means it's going to be at least another turn before they can do that. I already have a candy. Maybe I want a second candy. I don't think I do. And then this is once during each player's turn, that player may flip a coin. If heads, they search for a Pokemon. And if tails, nothing. All right. It'd be nice to get a Pokemon. So that's the downside of stadiums, is your opponent gets to use it too. So it's a reanimator strategy? Kinda, yeah. So I would like this Gardevoir, right? Well, I'd like both. I can get both. This one first, because they'll draw cards. All right. So, get the old rare candy. Did I do this already? I did. All right. So this Gardevoir is our primary attacker, but it also draws cards. So it's draw 2 cards, and then if either of these was an energy card, I would get to attach it to my Pokemon. Oh, key thing about energy, you can only attach once per turn. Like, you get 1 raw attachment every turn. And then after that, you require like a Pokemon to do that for you. I have to pick like 2 things to discard to go get my Gardevoir EX. And I think it's gonna be Manaphy Level Ball. Because I don't think I have any stuff left in the deck to go get with Level Ball that I want to discard. Oh, did I not pick the second rare candy? Did I end up picking something else? I'm silly. Well, I guess I messed up. Okay, so Refinement. The Curlia lets you discard a card from your hand and draw 2 cards. This is important because we want a lot of energy in the discard pile to get back out with this Gardevoir. This Gardevoir lets you attach a bunch of energy from the discard pile. All right, well, I guess no reason not to go get another. Maybe I'll get the Mew. Mew is mostly in here because its attack lets you copy a defending Pokemon's attack, your opponent's active Pokemon's attack. But it has this ability that lets you draw until you have 3 cards in your hand once per turn, which is not often relevant because this deck draws so much, but it's certainly relevant in this spot. Okay. Iono is a supporter. You shuffle your hand and put it on the bottom of your deck, and then you draw until you have the same amount of cards as you have prize cards, and your opponent does the same. I will use my 1 attachment here, and then I will pass, I guess. Energy is like land drop for turn, kind of. Are there any Delta species that have been significant in the meta? Delta species ever? Yeah. I mean, Delta species was like, in ancient times, like it defined metas for while they were printing Delta species. They printed like 4 or 5 Delta species sets. Like a lot of them were good. One of my favorite decks ever was the Delta species deck. It was the Metagross Dragonite The Dragonite would attach lightning energy from your discard pile to your bench, and the Metagross would discard as many energies as you want and deal, I think it was 10 plus 30 times the amount of energy. So you could, like, it was one of the first good, like, dial-a-damage decks. Okay, so my opponent has the Lugia out now. This evolves into another type of Lugia, so it evolves into Lugia V-Star. And that's the one that has the ability that lets you put the Archeops on the bench so they can start attacking with their stuff. What does Cresselia do? So the reason that this is in here is for its first attack. So the Gardevoir EX, when it uses its ability to attach Psychic from your discard pile to your Psychic Pokemon, it also deals 2 damage when it does that. What you can do with the Cresselia is you can attach those energies to a lot of your different Pokemon and then heal 2 from each of them and put them on one of your opponent's Pokemon. So, like, say your opponent had an important basic like this one that's 70 HP. So you put 2 damage on 4 of your Pokemon, then move those 2 from each of them over onto your opponent's routes, so they don't get to set up and you get to take a prize. It's just like, it's a cheap attacker that also ends up being an interesting niche attacker. I don't know if you guys caught the countdown, but did you see how fast it was counting down? It's just going to end my turn if that countdown ever reaches 0. So I had to play at a pace. Ooh, high rollers. All right, go get that. So this is the fancy Gardevoir. Ideally, what we would do is we would find... Oh, my opponent gives up. What I wanted to do was find a Boss's Orders. Boss's Orders is a supporter. And it lets me take one of my opponent's Pokemon that are on the bench and move it up to the active spot. So what I wanted to do there was to, because they only had one Lugia V out, was to bring their Lugia V up and knock it out with something so that they couldn't evolve into V-Star and couldn't accelerate energy. I don't know if my opponent just kind of assumed that that was going to happen, but and gave up. But, like, they had a rough start because they want to get out 2 Lugia V on their first turn to make sure that they have one to evolve on the second turn. Dirty Rat, like, yeah, kind of. They actually came out with one that is actually Dirty Rat. So it's the same thing. It's a supporter, but instead of pulling up from the bench, it pulls from your opponent's hand. You get to look at their hand and pick a Pokemon to come up active. It doesn't see any play, but I think it's interesting. It only just came out. Clearly stream sniping. Oh yeah, of course. Of course. Famous Pokemon streamer Martian Boo. All right, so this is brutal. This is brutal. So this Pokemon is worth 2 prizes. All right, this Lumineon. It's worth 2 prizes. You can see here. When your Pokemon V is knocked out, your opponent takes 2 prizes. The only reason this is in here is if I'm desperate for a supporter, I can play it onto my bench and search my deck for a supporter. Like, its ability only works when I play it from my hand. So, like, since I had to put it active, not only can I not use that effect, but now I have just, like, a low HP. This is low for a 2 prize Pokemon. Not only do I have a low HP 2 prize Pokemon out, but, like, I've just lost that bench spot. So it's a disaster to have to start the game with this out. But we'll see if we can't fix that. I've had better hands. This is actually pretty bad. I don't expect to win this game. But we did get 1 Ralts out, which is okay. Maybe they'll use the Iono supporter to shuffle our hand back. They have a Mew, so they could be the Mirror or they could be Charizard. The Mew is nice just to help set up your board. See, they're Charizard. So decks that require a lot of evolutions, I want to play it to get VIP pass out on the first turn, but also to fish for rare candies. There isn't a lot of searching your deck for items. That was a rare candy. So rare candy lets you skip. So instead of having to go Ralts, Curlia, Gardevoir, I can go Ralts, Rare Candy, Gardevoir. I don't have to do like 3 turns. So there's not a lot of good ways to search for items, which is why this is so good. It lets you filter for items. You look at the top 6 cards and pick one. This is the only good item search card in the game. So it's a supporter. Search your deck for an item and a tool. So they had to waste their whole supporter that turn doing that, which is how premium item tutor is. But you can tutor everything else. Everything else is easy peasy to find. Yeah, this hand is not doing it. I guess because I have the super rod, so it's an item. I wonder if I should have switched all these fancy looking ones to the regular ones so they're easier to see. I think that so this is a oh, all right. They're gonna try to gust up the Luminion and lock me out of the game. That's their plan. I do have a solution, but I mean, my hand is really bad, so we'll see what we can do. Ooh, all right, neat. I guess we'll just turn into that one. All right, so there's my rare candy. So I got to skip the Curlia phase. What I want to do is I want to bench 5 Pokemon and then play. I have a stadium that makes us go down to 4. So unless they get me this turn, if they bosses order me this turn, I lose. There's nothing I can do about it. So what this is doing is during your opponent's next turn, the defending Pokemon can't retreat. Retreating, you can see the retreat cost here. It costs 1 energy to retreat my Mew. This Pokemon requires a Psychic and 2... this Pokemon requires a Water Energy and 2 of anything to use its attack. So if they use boss's orders to bring my Luminion active and then attack with this tempting trap, that means it can't retreat. I can't retreat and I can't attack because I don't have any water energy in my deck. This is only in here for its ability. And they're just going to slowly stall out the game until I lose by deck out. Because they'll have a Pidgeot V that... that's a Pidgeot EX, and they're going to use that to search for cards. But they also have a Pidgeot V that its ability is once per turn, if it's on your bench, you can put it on the bottom of your deck. So they never run out of cards. So their plan is to get out my Luminion V, keep it stuck there indefinitely because of the Mawile. And as long as I only have Psychic Pokemon up, I can attach Psychic Energies and actually attack while it's active. But otherwise, it'll be stuck. So anyways, they used their supporter on Professor's Research, so now they can't boss's orders me. That just discards your hand and draws 7 cards. So I do have another turn. Did you ever answer this? Oh, the Delta Species thing? Yeah, it was the focus of 5 expansions. There were tons of Delta Species decks. One of my favorite decks was a Delta Species deck. Delta Species was Pokemon didn't have their normal type. They would have a different type than their normal type, and some of them would have 2. They would be split. So this could be a there was a Fire Gardevoir, but I don't remember there being a split type one. But anyways, that was Delta Species. I need to find... I really need to find the... the collapse stadium that will let me get rid of this Luminion. Not looking good. It is not looking good, chat. Oh no. Alright, so what I did at the beginning of the turn was I had a Super Rod in my hand that lets me shuffle 3 in any combination of Pokemon and basic energy back into my deck. So early on, I had to use Ultra Ball to discard 2 of my Gardevoir EX, and those are the only 2 I have, so my deck doesn't work if I don't have access to them. But I had a Super Rod, so I did it anyway. And I shuffled the Gardevoir EX back in. I could have shuffled an energy card too, because I only shuffled in the 2 Gardevoir. But the only other thing to shuffle was energy, and I want the energy in my discard pile, because the Gardevoir are going to take the energy out of the discard pile and attach them to my guys. How much does type matter? Okay, so Pokemon will have weaknesses. So here, you have weakness, which it means that it'll take ×2 damage from that type. So Curlia is weak to metal. Pokemon types are also consolidated. So the reason that this is weak to metal is because the fairy Pokemon are weak to metal. So like Curlia is a psychic Pokemon, but the fairy was consolidated into the psychic type. So since they have the metal weakness, you can tell that this was them doing a fairy Curlia. Fire is one of the only types that only has its own type in it. Psychic was that way for a long time, but like when Fairy became new to Pokemon, it got its own type for a while, and then they decided to just put it in Psychic and not do the Fairy type anymore. Water has water and ice in it. Colorless has normal type and also flying type in it. It used to have Dragon too, but then Dragon got its own type. But yeah, so like this is the Terra. I don't know if you guys play Scarlet Violet, but there's a mechanic in the video game right now where your Pokemon can like terrestrialize and gain a new type. So this is a terrestrialized Charizard. So like obviously they're not normally dark type. This is the dark type symbol. Wait, did they boss his orders and not decide to win the game? That's crazy to me. Do they not know why the Mawile is in their deck? I wonder if they just net decked and don't understand why the Mawile's in there. Anyways, my Gardevoir EX is weak to dark. So that's how you know that Gardevoir is supposed to be a psychic Gardevoir, because it's weak to dark. If it's weak to metal, like this one, it's supposed to be a fairy Gardevoir. Anyways. Oh, here's the collapse stadium. All right, we got there. We got there, chat. All right, so now this stadium is each player has to go down to 4 benched Pokemon. Oh, I should use this first. This is the item that like it gives your here, let me do it because I'm like running out of stuff. I actually don't know what to pick. Probably shouldn't have started with that. Maybe I'll get, do I have a rare candy in my hand? I do not. So I'll pick that. So what happened there, remind me V-Star. I'll explain it in between turns. Hold on. Yo, what's up, Ogre? Oh, I got both of them? It's kind of nutty. How many do I have in my discard pile? Only 3. That's not nearly enough. So I'm actually not going to bench... I'm not going to make a Gardevoir EX this turn. Unless... I mean, I don't know how I would get enough energy for it this turn. Oh, I would have to get a, I can actually still do it if I get a the special energy. I did not. I have a special energy in here. But anyways, so I'm doing the class stadium to get rid of this stupid Luminion. So that's gone now because I had to go down to 4 bench. I could evolve into Gardevoir EX this turn, but I'm not going to because it's weak to dark, and the Charizard does 180 damage. So it does enough damage to one-shot this thing, and it's worth 2 prizes. And I have no need to play it now because I'm not going to be attacking this turn. So the V-Star thing, you can see over here, there's a little V-Star thing that's crossed out for me, and they have theirs open still. This item gives all of your Pokemon V. Luminion is a Pokemon V. You can see it's Luminion V, and it has like that V special ability. It gives a Pokemon V the ability Star Alchemy, which just searches your deck for any card. But once you use a V-Star attack or power, you can't use another V-Star thing. So that's why this little thing crossed out. So now I can't use a V-Star ability again. By the way, I think it's funny that there's sets that have dark Pokemon and dark type Pokemon. Like I know from the Rocket expansion there was a dark Charizard. Yeah, it's like a mistranslation. I think in Japanese it's like evil. But like the dark Pokemon, the Pokemon with dark in their name. Well, why wouldn't you kill this one? That didn't make any sense. My opponent is one of the gamers of all time. We know that much. Alright, so now I am still probably going to lose this game, but we'll see. Oh, if I can knock out the Pidgeot, it's going to be great. So here's my special energy. So if you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent, so if you're losing, it provides 3 of any type of energy. So I can definitely knock out the Pidgeot, I think. 7, 8, 9. I need 1 more energy to do it without wasting that. So we'll see if I can do that. Do that. No. So I do have to waste this. There's no getting around it. But it's worth it. So I will. Also, I really need more Ralts. Like, I'm down to my last, I'm down to my last, Gardevoir. If they knock out if they knock out this one specifically, I think I'm in big trouble. So this does 60 plus 30 times the amount of psychic energy. Because I'm losing, this counts as 3 of anything, so it's 3 psychic. It's also 3 water, and it's also 3 lightning. It's 3 of, like, everything at once. So I have 5 energy on. So I usually just count this as 2 energy. So 1, 2, I have 7 total. So I need what? 3, right? Yeah, because 10 makes 300. So should be good now. It's just easier for me to count. Like if because 60 damage would be 2 energies. So I just go 1, 2, and then count the energy, and it's easier for me to do the math. Anyways, here we go. If I get the Pidgeot, it's harder for them to find boss's orders every turn and just like wreck me. So there's that. It's probably like devil or something, and we all know American kids can't handle those types of words. It's like sinister or evil or something like that. I remember hearing it at the time, but it was also before the dark type came out. Like even in the video game, the first Team Rocket set had the dark Pokemon, and Gen 2 wasn't out yet. And then when they added Gen 2, there was like this special energy that powered up dark Pokemon, like darkness Pokemon, the Pokemon that were the dark type. And dark Pokemon could use it too. It was funny. All right. Ooh, that was a timely top deck. Let's see. How many energy? I need 2 more energy for this Zacian. So we're going to go for it. I'm going to Iono to ruin their hand, I guess. I could also just Mew them, right? Let's see. They've taken 3 prizes. This attack is... No, it's not enough yet. Alright, never mind. But I might end up using that for my final attack as long as we don't lose. If they... I lose as soon as they knock out this Gardevoir. Maybe I won't. I will if I can't find any more energy, which it looks like I'm not going to be able to. So that's brutal. Yeah, that's too bad. Fell behind a turn. Yep, it's over. I lose. So what I needed to do was knock out... This has the same attack as the Gardevoir. It just... this Zacian doesn't need to be evolved. It has more HP, so you can attach more energies to it with the Gardevoir EX. But it's worth 2 prizes, so that's the downside. But in order to knock out Charizard, I need 9 energy, and I only have 7 in the discard pile to attach. So, because they were knocking out all my Curlia, I don't have any... Oh, you know what? I can draw with this... I can draw with this Mew here. Maybe I should have used that. Nah, I don't think it matters. And I'm not going to pick anything. Alright, let's draw with the Mew. Did we get energy and ways to discard them? We did not. We did not, in fact, do that. This gets non-rule box, so I can't even go fetch the Greninja. Yep. GG. Even if they knock out the active Mew here, I'm just too far behind on the prize trade. So they'll knock out the Mew and take 1 prize. They'll have 2 left. And then I need to send up a 2 prize attacker to knock it out because I didn't have any Ralts to be able to evolve into regular Gardevoir. So in order for me to knock out this Charizard, I had to send up the Zacian, which is worth 2 prizes. And they had another Charizard that was powered up on the bench. So we know that they could knock the Zacian out too. So, unlucky. I remember there was a teaser image at the Ruins of Alph where I think Mewtwo's shadow was appearing, but some pastors were saying that that was the devil's hand symbol. Well, you know, crazy people be crazy. People look for symbolism and everything. Opponent will go first. Well, good for them. All right, well, this Greninja is not my favorite Pokemon to start with, but it's not nearly as devastating as like Lumineon was. So this is a Radiant Greninja, and the Radiant Pokemon have a rule. You can't have more than 1 Radiant Pokemon in your deck, and so that's any Radiant Pokemon. Normally you can have 4 copies of a card in your deck, but not only can I only have 1 Radiant Greninja in my deck, but if I have Radiant Greninja, I can't have another Radiant Pokemon. So there's like a Radiant Charizard that's also popular. What's nice about this one is you can discard an energy from your hand in order to use this ability. Once per turn, draw 2 cards. So I want to draw cards and I want to put energy in my discard pile. So it's really good on 2 fronts. So I want to get that Mew if it's in my deck. It is. And then we have 3 Ralts, so that's pretty good. So I'm going to use one of these energies to retreat the Greninja and get the Mew in the active position. Did not hit what we want to hit. And currently have no supporters. I think I'm not going to take that one just in case I manage to get Boss's Research off of this concealed cards here. Discard an energy, draw 2. Did not get Boss's Research, but that is fine. I could go get one. Could also go get an Iono. Am I going first, actually? I don't remember. I thought they went first. They did. All right. It's kind of crazy that they like that this deck has this hand and all they have out is Comfy. So maybe it's worth. I forget if the Luminion was in there. Let's go check. It is not. Oh wait, no. Hold on. It is. All right, cool. I had to set it to show me all. It was only showing Pokemon I could get with Level Ball. Level Ball is search for a Pokemon with 90 or less health, so it's good for getting this, and it's good for getting Curlia. Yeah. So I'm gonna get this Luminion, and it's gonna let me search for a supporter. And we're gonna get Iono because they have 9 cards, and it's gonna make them have 6 cards instead. And didn't get any more Ralts. That's kind of brutal. It's hard to end up with only 1 Ralts at the end of your first turn, but we managed to do it sometimes. It sounds like those Magic memes where on the first turn the player wins because all the cards doing things to other cards. That's the thing, is like Pokemon can have this many actions because the amount of progress you can make in a turn is relatively gated by only being able to attack once. So like you do all these things to help set yourself up, and then you get 1 attack. So you can only, the best you can do is take 1 or 2 prizes. Yeah, so you don't just like play all these cards and blow your opponent out of the water in 1 turn. You like play all these cards and then you set yourself up to be able to have progress. So my opponent's trying to do is they're trying to get a bunch of cards into the Lost Zone so they can use various abilities. The Lost Zone is like the remove from play pile. So right now they have 5 in it. This Sableye, it can only use this attack if you have 10 or more cards in your Lost Zone. Put 12 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon any way you like. So for 1 energy, being able to put 120 damage on your opponent's Pokemon spread out however you want is kind of devastating. So like they could put 6 here and then put 6 on Ralts so that they could like follow it up next turn with another Sableye attack or something. Also, my opponent could hit me with this. Let's see. So they don't. This version of this deck does not always run the water energy necessary to attack with Greninja, but it does 90 to 2 benched Pokemon. So sometimes I get blown out by my opponent knocking out like 2 Ralts, and that's why the Manaphy's in here. While Manaphy's on your bench Pokemon can't take damage. I need more Ralts. The IP pass is so good on the first turn, but its effect isn't active after. So getting to get 2 basic Pokemon for 1 item card is really strong. But you can only use it on your first turn. So like after that it becomes like fodder for refinement. So you'll just discard it to draw 2 cards with the Curlia. So they actually gain cards if I Iono. But I don't know. So Worker, draw 3 cards, discard a Stadium and play. The what's good about Worker is yeah, I think I'm gonna do this. They're almost full anyway. I'm gonna take the risk that they don't have the water energy, and not get the Manaphy. And I'll just like lose both of these Ralts if they do, and like be the worst. So the Worker is good. So supporters that just draw 3 cards, you know, that used to be premium.
Back in my day, drawing 3 cards with a supporter was broken.
But not anymore. Now it's pretty like mundane. But Worker also discards a Stadium in play. So there's this 1 Stadium, Path to Peak, which means Pokemon with a rule box have no abilities. Like while it's out, they can't use abilities. So my Gardevoir EX that powers up all my friends can't use its ability. I need to get rid of that, which is actually the only reason I'm running as many stadiums as I am. I'm running 2 Artisan. This one just lets you search your deck for a non-rule box basic Pokemon and put it on your bench. The other one is the one that discarded my bench down to 4, which has utility for like if one of my 2 prizers takes a lot of damage and I need to get rid of it, or I need to get rid of this, or need to get rid of that, or whatever. See, here's Path to Peak. Pokemon with a rule box in play, both yours and your opponents have no abilities. So the worker is nice because it's a way to get rid of that without having to play more stadium cards. But like I need to win. There are decks out there that run 3 or 4 copies of this to make sure that you can never use your abilities as often as possible. So I need to win the stadium war. And so having worker means I can use the worker to do it, and I have a card that shuffles supporters back into my deck, so if I need to do it multiple times, I can shuffle it back in and get another copy of it. Do this. I'm going to do this to get that. Go ahead and thin my deck a little bit. Alright. I don't need any of this. So let's see. I have 5 energies in my discard pile. I could knock that out. No, I need one more, but here's one more. And this one has one already on it, so that's nice. But maybe I'm just gonna attack with my friend here on the active one, because I don't have a boss's orders in my hand. It would be nice to knock this out now, but see, I need the boss's orders. Switch one of your opponent's bench Pokemon with the active Pokemon. This guy is worth 2 prizes, and when it evolves, it gets real nasty. Field Blower is such a good item. Wasn't it the nuts? It was a really strong item. Field Blower let you discard 2 item cards or a stadium in play, like any combination thereof. Wow, such shininess? Yeah, we're shiny. We're the shiniest things. I wish I could turn the shiny effect off, because I think it's mostly just distracting. It doesn't translate well to digital. Choice Band and stadiums were meta at the time. Pokemon TCG reminds you more of Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, but again, you can't just blow your opponent out on the first turn. You still have to play the game after. I'm toasting my brain to understand what's happening. I know, right? It's a lot. I appreciate you guys sticking it out. It's actually really simple. Once you get the hang of it, and then it's just knowing cards. So this Cramorant, its ability is if you have 4 or more cards in the Lost Zone, ignore all energy in this Pokemon's attack cost. So the Spit instantly becomes 0 for 110, which is really good to use early on. You mostly play the Lost Zone deck to do this Sableye thing that they're doing. They're using the attack that places damage counter 120. That places 12 damage counters. A damage counter is worth 10 damage. The wording matters sometimes. Alright, what I would like to do is collapse Stadium away this Lumineon. I'm probably gonna Iono this turn because they have way too many cards in their hand. We wanna get that nice and down. But I also want to get a Gardevoir going. Probably don't need this. Probably don't need this. I would like to get a Super Rod so that I can shuffle a Ralts back into my deck and get another one going. I believe we have 2 in the discard pile, right? The one that was just knocked out, and then they got one early? No, they didn't. So there should be another one in there. Unless it's in my prizes. I forget. I feel like it must be prized, but maybe it's not. Hunt for the Super Rod first. Alright, cool. We did get the Super Rod. I also got this. Do I want to use that for something? I could use that to go get the Collapse Stadium to get rid of this. Is that worth it? I don't know. I'll shuffle that back in, and that back in, I guess. Yeah, then we'll go get the Ralts. The Ralts was in fact in my prizes. So there's another one over here in my prize cards. I kind of want to use this effect while it's out. And I kind of want it to be gone. So I feel like what I'm going to do is go get the Collapse Stadium. Boop. It's super hilarious to me that I just used this to go get rid of the Luminion. Is there a hand limit? There's no hand limit. The Pokemon game balances there being no hand limit with having a plethora of very efficient ways to make your opponent's hand size go down. So like you can build up huge hands to have a lot of options, but your opponent also has the ability to make you put your cards back in your deck and have a smaller amount of cards up. Alright, so now I'll regret this Collapse Stadium if they have another Path to Peak. I don't think this deck normally runs more than one, but I think I have another Artisan, and I can like Pal Pad the worker back, so it's not like I can't get rid of it if they do that, but it'll certainly be tougher. Let's see. Nope, both Artisan are in the discard pile, so I actually have to Pal Pad. Maybe I shouldn't have bothered with the Collapse Stadium, actually. My only way to get rid of the of another Path to Peak is if I Pal Pad my worker back into my deck. So I need to, at my earliest convenience, I need to go get the worker and put that back in. My opponent has 13 cards in the Lost Zone, which means they can activate all their stuff. I think once they have 10, they're good. Oh man, brutal. All right, so this is actually a rule box Pokemon. It's not worth 2 prizes, but anything that has like a rule little text here is a rule box Pokemon. So I might be able to find my Pal Pad with, I'll just top deck it. It's pretty good. So yeah, we'll put the worker back in. Am I going to want more than one more Iono? Probably. The thing is, like, I really want to draw the worker this turn. And if I put in the Iono too, I think I'm going to need more than one Iono. So I'll hang on to it. How many energy? We have 8 energy in the discard pile. I do not need to discard more energy. So I'm going to discard this VIP pass stuff that I don't need. Okay. Well, disaster. Nothing more to do. I could waste this, but like it's not gonna be hard for them to oh, I can do this still. That's nice. Not that I'm gonna be able to get anything from it. I guess I'll take that. Yeah, there's not a lot more I can do about this. I could retreat and send that up, but I don't know that I want to. The other reason to play this... Yeah, if they end up like using Escape Rope. Escape Rope is an item that makes me switch my active Pokemon and makes them switch their active Pokemon. If they played Escape Rope, I'll just send this up. Like, I don't mind if this dies at this point. But yeah, I didn't think Lost Zone Giratina played that many Path to Peak. This game has changed a bit. I quit playing after Ultra Prism. Oh, so it was still like GXs were active while you were playing. I missed the GXs. I didn't like them at first because it was unnecessary to have a new name for the mechanic. Like, they were just EXs that had a GX attack, and I feel like that's what they should have done. But... I did like having the GX attack. I think that was cool. I am behind on prizes. Is that energy still in my deck? It is. I remember seeing it. I don't think it's prized. Anyways, I would prefer... There it is. Alright. Sick. So now I can knock this out without having to... like, they have so many cards in their hand. I wanna Iona them. I don't have to reactivate my... my Gardevoir. Debating whether or not I should play this. Because I really don't want them to gust it out. But I also want to have it ready to go. Anyways, I'll just Iona. I think I fell too far behind. I don't think I can win this one, but it'll depend on what their hand looks like. That's not great. Glide is the nuts. Glide is the nuts. This is why, like, this game is why I was so baffled why everyone was so, like... not that I felt like everyone should have played Pokemon and would know better, but, like... I was so baffled at everyone was freaking out over Glide because I'm so used to, like... I'm conditioned to effects like Glide are fine. Pancake Lover, thank you so much for the tier 1, my friend. I appreciate you. How are you? Well, so when Glide came out in Hearthstone and everyone was freaking out about it, I was like, what's the big deal? Interesting. Do they have a way to retreat comfy? If they skip this turn, I think we're in it. I think we'll be fine. Alright, sick. Except that I have to get rid of this. Uh-oh. Do not have the requisite... do not have the requisite worker. And no way to get it now. That's a glitch. It's like showing the level ball and the energy. That's funny. So I think the play might actually be to boss's orders up the Greninja for now. And then because now we're even on prizes, so my Gardevoir can't attack anymore. Aww. Bummer. We, like, almost came back. And they hit me with the Wombo. And now I can't win at all, right? Because, I'm too far behind on prizes. So, like, we know this thing can attack. And I don't have a Gardevoir up, really, is the thing. Like, I can't even attack. So unlucky. Things didn't quite work out. I guess so. It ended up being that playing the collapsed stadium there was too cheeky. Like I needed the stadium to be able to get rid of the path to peak that was preventing my Gardevoir's ability from being used. This opponent has gotten workered before and is teching in too. I mean, like, it's not bad to run multiples. I just don't really see it that often. Like, I usually don't see it at all in Lost Box Guarantee, and I don't think... I could look it up. Zoroark's GX was the nuts and was your favorite deck. I think, like, Zoroark's GX was pretty cool. It was funny that they were all doggies, too. Like, it was a Zoroark, Lucario, Lycanroc deck, so it was just a bunch of dogs. Going first is better almost all the time. There are some decks that like vaguely want to go second, but even you can't attack on the first turn and you can't use a supporter on the first turn, but it's still better to go first, because you get your stuff out first and they can evolve faster. Attach an energy first. My opponent is running the funny-looking Charmander. That's strictly worse because its HP is lower. Alright, so we'll use my ability, hopefully getting this. Nutty! Alright, so I want to take the Greninja, but I don't want to like open myself up to getting locked out of the game with that Mawile, so I'm not going to take the Greninja as much as I would love to. 2 Ralts is not that great for my first turn, but it's enough. And we get to Rare Candy into Gardevoir the first turn, which I don't know how good that is against this deck. Because Guardy's weak to the Charizard. If I had a Boss's Orders and enough energy in my discard pile, it would be great to knock this out. Because this is going to evolve into something that lets them draw cards, so it makes it harder for them to keep up with me. But let me go ahead and do this. They went second, and they did not play a supporter, which makes me think I should not Iono them, because their hand might be bad. Their hand also might be very good, and so they're not playing a supporter because they don't want to ditch their hand. But we'll see. Alright, level ball, get ourselves out another Ralts. You know what? Maybe I should have taken the Ultra Ball actually, because I have no energies in my discard pile, no real good way to get them. Should have taken, should have gotten a Curlia even. Alright, I made a Marshipupo, as is my style, and I'm kind of hesitant to just put a Gardevoir out. Because all they would need is like Rare Candy, Charizard. That's a lot to ask, so we'll assume they don't have it. But they could go Rare Candy, Charizard, and Boss's Orders up my my Gardevoir. So slang for those of us who are ancient Pokemon players from the before times, is Gust. So I don't know if you guys remember, those of you who played way back, but there was this item. Well, it was just a trainer card. It was before the subtypes came out, but like it was effectively an item. Gust of Wind. So you would it was Boss's Orders, take a bench Pokemon and make it active, but it didn't have the once per turn take up your supporter requirement. So oh my goodness, they're actually going to do everything. No, they played Arvin. Never mind. So they will not be Boss's ordering me. But so colloquially, gust, like gust up something, like a Boss's Orders with gusts up something, in reference to the original one, Gust of Wind. I see that today you have graduated from a children's card game to an adult's card game. Exactly. Yep. Exactly. There's this item, Pokemon Catcher. It's flip a coin. If heads, bring up one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. But when it first came out, it was functionally identical to Gust of Wind. It didn't have the coin flip. They errated it later. But it was funny, they like, it was like 15, 20 years after original Gust, and they decided, you know, what if we brought Gust back? What then? Answer me that. Well, what if we brought Gust back? The reason I'm not Ionoing before Icurlia is I was hoping to maybe get a Pokemon V to attach this to search for the rare candy that I need to attack with this turn. Yeah, there's nothing more I can do, so I'm going to do this. You haven't played Pokemon TCGO in years. It looks way different. It's actually a different client. This is Pokemon Live. All right. I'm in a rough spot. I'm in a rough spot, chat. Disaster of a spot, really. Am I going to ditch both of these? I could ditch these two and just shuffle them back in with that. I guess that's less of a loss. But I need something to, like, put up in the meantime. I don't have Cresselia. Oh, you know what? I'm about to have, like, nothing in my hand, right? No, not really. Alright, this is going to be a sacrificial Manaphy. I will shuffle back in those things I discarded. Should have done that in a different order, huh? No, I couldn't, because, like, this discarded it, and then I used that to search for the Manaphy. Alright. Because it would have been better to search for the Mew and get to use the Mew's effect again, but that was not the order that I played my cards, so it wasn't gonna happen. Alright, so now if my opponent gets boss's orders, I pretty much lose. I'll be way behind on the prize trade. So yeah, they actually discontinued Pokemon TCGO. And made a new client, and you could port over your collection from the old one. So it's not like your collection is lost. You just have to use your Trainer Club account and log in, and it'll factor that over. But yeah, it's a different client. I think it's a lot worse client. Like, it's got its pros and cons, but I think there's way more cons than pros. So I miss PTCGO. But what can you do? You know what I mean? This game has been a disaster. Actually, like, I haven't, like, really popped off. So, like, I feel like, as far as you guys know, this deck is awful. It's not, I promise it's good. So this is a desperate boss's orders. It's gonna be, like, kind of tough for them to retreat this, depending on what's going on in their hand there. But my only hope now is that their hand is bad enough that they're stuck with a Bibarel out doing nothing for a minute. I did not, like, this is the only Gardevoir that could evolve this turn, which is the only reason I evolved this one. I wanted this one to be this type of Gardevoir. Arvin. So what they want to do, I guess, is rare candy into Pidgeot and then use its ability to rare candy into Charizard to then be able to retreat the Bibarel. Charizard, when it evolves, it gets to search your deck for 3 fire energy and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like. So they get attached to fire energy up front and retreat the Bibarel. Unless... oh, they didn't... Oh, it's this Charizard. They're running, this is the other Charizard. It doesn't, like... I think you only run this for fun. But, like, it does a lot of damage, but it costs you, like, everything. The deck doesn't actually play that much energy. Alright, well... Maybe... I don't know if there's any winning this game. I certainly can't whiff another turn. Okay. I have 3 in my discard pile, which is not enough. don't... Oh, I have Luminion. I don't think I can afford to get rid of the Pal Pad, which is kind of a disaster, but... Because I didn't want to discard that rare candy there either. And actually, like, if I don't have another rare candy in my deck, I think I just lost. Okay, I have another one. But here's the Iono. Aha. That's not rare candy. That's not rare candy at all. Can I do anything else? Nope. GG. GG. Oh, GG. GG. We're gonna get a nutty game, you'll see. I promise the deck is good. It's just sometimes you get a bad run. The other thing is like this Charizard deck that we've encountered a couple times, it's like not seen at tournaments because it's weak to some other decks. Like the Charizard's attack is 2 for 180, and then it does 30 more for each prize card your opponent has taken. This hand would be the nuts, but we don't have a basic. We have to toss it back. But yeah, what an incredible hand that would have been if we had a basic. And this is a terrible basic. Oh my goodness. So this is the type of reason, like, I made the adjustment after the regional event to cut this and the tool card, the searches, and the Mew, because like the deck felt too techy. And so I put in more consistency cards and it feels way better. But like, you know, I hate starting off with this Luminion. It's brutal. So we're in the mirror, they go first, and we have a Luminion out. This isn't a good start. It's not a good sign. I forget what I was talking about before that. I felt like I was mid-thought. I haven't actually played any Pokemon TCG. Is it costly to start playing? It is by far the cheapest game. So first of all, when you log into PCG Live the first time, they just give you stuff. You'll get several decks like free off the bat, and like the Battle Pass stuff, which is all free, gives you like relevant cards. Gives you decks made of relevant cards. So you get a bunch just by playing right off the bat. But then the way that they monetize this is there are pack codes in IRL packs. And most people who play IRL Pokemon do not also play digital Pokemon. A lot do, but not most. So like a ton of these people who play a lot of Pokemon and open up a lot of IRL packs have a lot of digital codes that are useless to them. So they sell them bulk to vendors who sell them bulk to you. It ends up being like 20 cents a pack for anything but the most recent set. So if you want to get into Pokemon, it's actually super cheap. Super cheap. At least digitally. And even like IRL, like Pokemon makes its money off of fancy looking cards. So like this card is like $20 or something like that to have IRL, but the basic version is $1. So like anything that has like man, do I want to give them an Artisan? Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just go get myself Ralts. So like all of the ultra rare Pokemon, like the ultra rare like power card Pokemon, they have a basic version, they have a slightly fancy version, they have a slightly fancier version, and then some of them even have like an ultra fancy version on top of that. So like if a Pokemon is relevant, like it usually Charizard is an outlier. The cheap one of that is like $15 because it's a Charizard. But other than that, like if a Pokemon is really relevant, the expensive version of its card is expensive, but the cheap version is cheap. So like the good decks in Pokemon end up being like $50 if you want to buy it from scratch and get all the cheapest versions of the cards. So to play Pokemon, it's like by far and away the least expensive. And they still make bank because they want people like Pokemon has a massive fandom. Like a lot of people like to collect Pokemon cards, so they open up a lot of packs to get cards like this. So to actually play, it's like ultra cheap. Oh, you have you collect? Yeah. I have a massive collection just because I've been playing for so many years, and like it's kind of crazy watching the prices for all these cards that like I used to consider like throwaways skyrocket to like $20 or more. Like I have play sets of stuff that's worth like $1,000. Not a full 1,000, but approaching. Yeah, it's crazy. This card is really expensive. Not the basic form again, but like because this is a card that's played as a 3 of or a 4 of in every deck. The full art version of it is like $30. And then there's like a fancier version of this. I have a playset of these IRL. Like I got a playset. But the fancier version is worth like 110. It's crazy. It's just because it's played so much, and a little bit because it's a girl on the card. But there you go. Rare candy. Don't mind if I do. So this is actually a really good Pokemon for this matchup because you can like snipe the bench Curlias and stuff before they become threats. I wish I was positioned to take advantage of it, but the way my hand is, that's the end of the line for this turn. It's kind of brutal. I will play it though. I don't know that this was a good play, but I've done it. Its ability lets you search your deck for a psychic energy and attach it to one of your things. And it ends your turn. So when you're not going to attack, it's okay to do. But I've now put another 2-prize target on my bench, and this could have been a Ralts to set up for next turn. But I just wanted to start getting energies in play because like I only have one in the discard pile. I got one in play. None in my hand, so like I'm pretty behind in that regard. All I need is Gardevoir. As soon as I have Gardevoir, I can do this. Well, I need energies too. I need 4 energies so that I can knock these out with the Cresselia. So yeah, I'm like super behind. How's your day been? I've been vibing, Skelly. How are you? Do you play Pokemon? Do you have any idea what's going on? My opponent is popping off. My opponent had a good start, so they're going. They're getting there. After this, I might like I might remake the changes that I made to this deck because it really is a lot smoother without the like. Every time I draw the Mew, it's like, why is this in my deck? This is the fancy Gardevoir, and I actually like the basic one the most. Like, this is kind of nice, but the way that the sparkle is in digital, it's like really hard for me to look at. Like, can you even tell that there's a Gardevoir while it's small? And like, like even in person, like it looks really tiny. Whereas like, it's not in my hand or anything. Like the regular Gardevoir, I don't know. I think it looks okay. And the full art one, there's a full art one that like I rarely see, and it's okay because it's it kind of looks like this without the picture. Like Not really. Like, it's a completely different pose, but like it's just the Pokemon taking up most of the card. But then it has like a nothing's going on in the background. It's just like swirlies or whatever. So that one's okay, but it's not like good enough to not use the regular art. And I like actively don't like using this one. So this is the fancy art. It's the one that's worth like $30 or something. Basic Gardevoir is worth like $1. All right. This hand stinks. Oh. This will be 4 in the discard. All right. We can fight back with our own Gardevoir. So yeah, like this one is like you can see the Gardevoir and it's doing like an action pose. It's cool. So I like the basic one. For $1 you could have this one, or for $35 you can have a Gardevoir that you can't see. Alright, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4 Psychic Pokemon in play. The exact number I need to be able to knock out the Curlia on their bench. They're so far ahead of me, like there's no way there's no way I'm winning this game, I think. But you never know. I've come back from worse. So they have... Ooh, there's my reversal energy. That might come in handy. 4 in their discard pile. So they can knock out like this, but it's not like I have any other Ralts to get. Is Pokemon like Magic in terms of like an element system? You mean like how the different colors? If you mean like the energies needed to attach, yes. So like this Pokemon to use Lunar Blast requires 2 Psychic and a Colorless, and anything can fulfill a Colorless requirement. So it's like Magic in that regard. Like for them to cast cards, they need to have like certain types of mana. I do not have any idea what's going on. I just collected Pokemon cards when I was very little, but I have no idea how to play. Ah, very good. Just happy to catch a Marshy stream. Well, I appreciate you. If your opponent can't see it, maybe they messed up. Can't see what? Oh, can't tell that the card on their bench is Gardevoir because yeah, they get stuck by their illustrator Gardevoir. So this Mew, like this art is actually a fancy art, and it's also like the Mew kind of gets lost in the picture a little bit, but it's still like, you know, it's center, and like I think overall it's pretty, and it doesn't have this weird like particle effect that's it looks worse in digital, this particle effect, but it is still kind of there in person. So like, I don't know, it just kind of looks bad. Like, I like this one. I think this looks great. They're gonna knock out my Mew? If all they're gonna do is knock out my Mew, I am into it. Who cares? I will try to do something. What could I do? I think knocking out either of their Gardevoirs would be really good for me here. But I don't want to like send up Zacian to knock out Cresselia. I would have to find thingamajig. A boss's orders, but obviously I didn't. So they have 2 energy. If I knock this out, they'd have 4. So they can definitely knock this out. Maybe I shouldn't have benched Ralts. Because I have to play this turn. Man, I wish I could get out another Pokemon this turn. So I could play Collapse to get rid of the Lumineon. Alright. So that's kind of nice. Now at least we can... It's like nothing worth doing this turn. Oh my goodness, this is brutal. Huh. Well, if I... The upside of, like, bringing up the Zacian to knock this out is that they can't knock out any of my Ralts anymore, but, like, I'm still behind after that. I don't know how I come back. But there's nothing else to do. I have to do it. So I guess I'll do it. Something I could do, this Mew, I could Boss's Orders up their Radiant Greninja at some point and knock out 2 of their Pokemon at the same time. Because, like, when Mew choose one of your opponent's active Pokemon's attacks and use it as this attack, when it does that, it doesn't care about the energy requirements. It only cares about the energy requirements if it explicitly says that it does. So, like, some attacks like this that copy the opposing Pokemon will say, if it has the required energy to use that attack or something like that. But this one doesn't. So I can bring this up and copy its attack to discard 2 energy and do 90 to 2 Pokemon. So if I get a Boss's Orders this coming turn, I could bring that up, use the Mew to copy the attack, and, like, knock out this and the Mew at the same time. Problem with that is that this has 180 HP and they just bring up their Gardevoir and kill it. So maybe that's not the hot play for right now. Maybe what I'd really like to do is gust up their Gardevoir and knock that out with, like, this, and save that play for later. Alright, I need a rare candy, so I'm going to work on finding that. I really need the rare candy to come from... Well, I need a Boss's Orders and a rare candy, and I have neither in my hand right now, with not a lot of draw on the field, so I think the likelihood of finding it is actually kind of low. There's the Boss's Orders. Can I draw at all? No. So, not great. So, they have 5 up front, 2 on the bench. That's 7 total. 2 in the discard pile. They might not have the energies necessary to bring something else up after that. I think the likelihood's pretty slim. So I guess my only choice is to knock out this thing. I was thinking, so, like, if they've used enough energies, right? They can't use the Gardevoir's effect to put psychic energies on a non-psychic Pokemon. So what I could have done is, I could have... Hey, look at that. We got there. Brought this up, done the attack I intended to do, and then oh, the stadium! I actually forgot about that. It'll be fine, right? This stadium used to be, like, super irrelevant to this deck. Let's see, it's 30 for each, so it's enough now, right? It's 120, yeah. Used to be super irrelevant for this deck. And they only need a gust, right? Like, if they have Boss's Orders, they just boss this up. They should have sent out the Mew, right? They could have sent out the Mew first, gone for an item, and then used this to retreat it. Man, I feel like I got lost in like 3 thoughts there and lost them all. I'm sorry if I said a bunch of confusing stuff in a row. um, did they not get the boss's orders? Huh. If they don't get the boss's orders, what's my plan? So now they have 10 psychic in the discard pile. They could retreat with the, if they're running the reversal energy, they could still retreat with that. But they don't have a lot of cards in their hand. So, okay. Do you have one more? We know they have a psychic in their hand. And they attached it. Oh. Alright. Actually, I do wonder, like, what's the right play. Because, like, with 3 on their active Gardevoir and 8 in the discard pile, the likelihood that they have another psychic energy is super small. Because before they were running 11, and then usually they cut 1 to run 1 reversal energy and cut another card to run 2. So they probably only have 1 more energy in their deck, and they might have 2. Huh. Anyways, moral of that story is I might be able to if I can get a boss's orders, I might be able to like bring that up and attack around it to win. Use this. Sure. And come on, boss's orders, let's go. I actually didn't even check, like, do I have any left in the deck? They're both still in. All right. Last chance. Oh, brutal. So now I guess I'm just attacking with this and hoping that they can't knock it out. But even then, like, it doesn't have the damage. Not a good spot. Not a good spot. This is so awkward, but like, my only good play is to just retreat this for my Gardevoir EX. They have plenty of... So this is getting knocked out no matter what. I guess I might as well attack with it. So I have to hope that they don't have the rare candy Gardevoir. And that they don't have a boss's orders. They can't have either of those 2 sets of things. No, they already have this out, right? I just lose. Unlucky. Alright, brutal. It was actually surprisingly close. We had a line there. We just had to like get it a little bit more right. Let me remake those adjustments I made so we can like get a slightly more consistent experience. Right after I go to the restroom. I'll come back. Be right back. And I'm back. And I'm back. Alright. So, the idea behind this is that these cards are liabilities and only very situationally helpful. So we cut them in the interest of running more consistency cards. This way, we're less likely to run out of energies. We're more likely to have energies in our discard pile. And the fog crystal also helps us get out Ralts on the first turn. So that's why I made all those changes, like based on my experience at regionals. Well, goody two shoes. No, never mind. They get to choose. I'm lucky. They chose for me to go first, which I think is a weird decision, but it's a decision some people make, so I accept it. Now this is a fantastic hand. Are we about to see the marshy crazy game? Now why would you choose not to go first with this deck? So weird. So weird. Did we get another VIP pass? We did not. That's okay. I think this is always going to be a Ralts, but I'll hold on to this to go get a Curlia if this gets a Ralts. It did not. And actually, since it's that, I'll have a turn, so hold on. Probably going to take that. And we do have the mana fee. So, the Lost Zone decks frequently run the water energy to use the Greninja's attack that deals 90 damage to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. And they can accelerate that energy out once they get 7. I think it's 7. I think they need 7 to activate the item that searches for 2 different basic energy and attaches it to one of your Pokemon. If it's Giratina, they're less likely to have the water energy, but some of them still do run it. But anyways, so in order to prevent 2 of my Ralts to die from one attack, I put the mana fee out because it makes my bench Pokemon unable to take damage from attacks. I think if they had Greninja, they would have gotten it from their VIP pass. So I'm gonna... Okay, now we'll find out for sure. Alright, yeah, they don't have it. So I don't have to waste a bench spot on Manaphy, which is great because you hate to do that. Hey, Manaphy. Ba, 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 ba. How are we doing? 3 in the discard so far. Okay, I think we're gonna Iono. Gives them more cards. They play a supporter last turn? They did not. Alright, so I'm not gonna Iono. Could attack with my Gardevoir this turn, though. Do I want to do that? Actually, do I care about my hand at all? I think the one thing that I don't want to lose in my hand is the boss's orders. Or Candy is nice, but we're already kind of set up, so I don't think that matters too much. Alright. Do we have another Ralts? We do not. Okay. In this matchup, like, sometimes it's okay to attack with the Gardevoir. It's a little bit more suspect because they're playing Giratina, but, like, none of my attackers go very far. And it takes them a little bit to build the Giratina, and it looks like their turn wasn't that great, so they might not have it. But if they do have it, it'll be terrible for me. So they are only 3 in. That's not very much. Opponent fishing for a supporter. They lost zone to Sableye. They typically only run 2 of those. The nice thing about them using Colress's experiment here is that it means they're not going to use boss's orders. Oh, but they're running the cross switcher. Never mind. Cross switcher. It's a mechanic that they don't use a lot, but it's a mechanic I really love. You have to have 2 of the card for it to do anything. So it's an item. So items are usually less powerful because you can use as many of them as you want in a turn. But they're a little bit stronger. They have stronger effects on them. Because in order to use the effect, you have to play 2 at a time. So what the cross switcher does is it pulls up one of my Pokemon from the bench, and you bring up one of your Pokemon on the bench. Oh, thank goodness. All right. I was a little scared, so let's see. They have enough. Yeah, here's the card. So if you can only use this if you have 7 or more cards in the Lost Zone. Search your deck for 2 basic energy and attach them to your Pokemon any way you like. So that's how they power this thing up. And this thing very easily, in a couple of ways, knocks out my Gardevoir in 1 hit. I actually had a turn this time, so I'm not going to be afraid to Iona them. And maybe what I want is to attack with Cresselia. Cresselia seems fine. If they had a Sableye out, I'd be knocking out the Sableye on the bench, but they do not, so I will not. Okay. Yeah, the deck just feels so much cleaner with the with those adjustments. Okay. I would really like to evolve these into the other Gardevoir, but oh well. So this way, they have to have a gust to take out my Gardevoir. Their Sableye is gonna do a lot of damage, right? They could do 60 here. They couldn't take out a Curlia and this, so they could still only take the 2 prizes they could already take. So we're good. What would you say are the archetypes like in Pokemon? From the little I have play, it seems like they don't have the traditional aggro combo, control combo mid-range we are used to in Hearthstone. Yeah, there's like fast decks and slow decks basically, because everything needs to attack multiple times to take prizes. You can't, like, you know, get an early lead and just blow your opponent up in a turn or 2 like you can in like Hearthstone. So like there is aggro and like it's not really control. I mean, like a lot of control decks in Hearthstone aren't control, so I mean, just like the colloquial control, this would be that type of thing. I guess. But like there's like big setup decks like mine, and there's like decks that are mostly with basic Pokemons, this is kind of that, because most of the deck works with basics, and then you have one thing you evolve once. That like you don't need to have out until you've already done other things. So this is almost like aggro or mid range, but Pokemon is kind of like they don't have to deal with the what bucket does this go in type of thing that other card games do. We're free of that burden. We just call things what they are, you know, like we call this Gardevoir. There's like stall decks. You would call a stall deck a stall deck. And there is at least one combo deck in expanded. 4 energy in the discard. So we actually aren't super in a position to make the counter knockout here, which is a bit of a disaster. I could try just gusting something else up. Actually, you know what? If it comes to that, I'll just knock something out with Moon Reverse. So I'll do this. And if we get reverse energy or something, we'll be fine. We did not. So I guess I'm going to Moon Reverse it up. I'll play this. I will attach energy here and here. And then I will go ahead and Moon Reverse one of these comfies. Then if my opponent has a boss's orders and a psychic energy, we're in trouble. Ah, this is what I needed. Hey, Floop. What I really like from this game is that it feels like a Pokemon battle from a video game. Yeah, it does. It does do that. Hopefully my opponent doesn't have boss's orders. Did they really find nothing? That's brutal for them. Oh, they did find it. They just put it active. Never mind. I missed it. Ah, good. That's not boss's orders. That's not boss's orders at all. Are they really gonna spend like? You hate as a junior nerd for fun fan. You hate to see them have to, you know, use that attack to either retreat or on this Cresselia. It's brutal for them. I don't think they're going to take 3 prizes next turn, so I think we're in good shape. We just have to knock out this and then whatever else we want next turn. And we have the Iona to put them down to 3. Good deal. $120. So we need 10. 1, 2, 7. Wait. 5, 7. So I need 3. Okay. Oh, we're even on prizes. Never mind. I messed up. Can I still do this? Derp. So I would need... yeah, we can still do it, right? Guess I'll go to 120. Whoopsie. Do I have the energies in my discard pile? I have 2 more. So not enough. Uh-oh. Chat, I made one of my famous whoopsies. So I'm going to do this. One of my most famous whoopsies. I forgore, but it's okay. Got bailed out. Got bailed out, chat. We're fine. Alright, so I do this. So it'll be 1, 2. So I just need 3 more. Then we're good. Ba, 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 ba. Last deck I played in Pokemon was the most aggressive deck in the format, and one you could just call Super Hyper Aggro in the form of Turbozation and ADPization. Actually, I'm not familiar with that deck. I'm familiar with ADP. The ADP deck was the last deck I took to a tournament before the pandemic. I don't even know that I would call that aggro. It's just kind of like I really love that, like, we don't have to deal with putting them each in a different bucket. But yeah, I loved ADP. I enjoyed playing ADP. That was a sweet deck. ADP stands for Arceus Dialga Palkia. It was a tag team Pokemon, so it was worth 3 prizes, but it was a basic. It had all 3 of them on it. It's GX attack. GX attacks are like V-Star abilities / attacks where you can only use one the whole game. And it would make your attacks deal 30 more damage, and each time you would take a prize, you would take 1 more prize. So like, it didn't do any damage on its own, it just sets you up to deal lots of damage. It was really sweet and expanded. So it was like, to get one of those effects, I think it was the extra prize effect, you had to have more energy than necessary to use the attack. In expanded, they have the double dragon energy. It's a dragon type Pokemon. So while attached to a dragon type Pokemon, it provided 2 energies and all types of energy while attached. So in expanded, you can just play the ADP and attach that 1 energy and get the attack off for both of its effects in one go. It's good times. I regret not getting the fancy versions of those cards, because like they're worth a bit now. They're worth a bit at the time, which is why I didn't do it. But like the stonks would have been pretty good, and I considered it, but decided I didn't want to like spend the money. He'd end games on turn 2. How? He takes 6 prizes on turn 2? What is this Zacian? Zacian V. It's not the one I'm playing. That one wasn't out. Is it a Metal Zacian? Zacian just does 230, right? For a metal? Finally a dub? Yep. Fix the deck and instantly better. Oh, I forgot to like point out the funny the funny end screen. It's like Pokemon were worth more prizes back then, but you still need a good like 3 or so turns. What are your thoughts on Iron Hands coming? That card seems scary. I'm excited for it. I think it's really cool. So you're probably gonna want to run. So the Iron Hands. Let's pull them up. Iron Hands EX. Let's pull them up. Let's show them. Show them off to you guys. All right. Esports Illustrated. Perfect. So its attack is for 1 lightning and 3 colorless. It does 120. And if your opponent's Pokemon is knocked out by damage from this attack, you take 1 more prize. So he is worth 2 prizes. And has 230 HP and is a basic. So that's pretty good. But 120 is like terrible to knock out a big, like an EX or something. But it's so good for knocking out like Cramorant or Comfey or this Manaphy. Getting to take an extra prize when you attack these things is huge. So you can run that thing in... wow, our hand is nuts and our opponent's hand is terrible. I wonder what they're playing. So you can either run that as like you can either run that and Martian finish a sentence challenge impossible. Man, that's look at this nutty start. Look at that. You love to see it. And I'm not gonna Iona them because their hand might be bad. You run that in like the Miraidon deck to Miraidon is it's a lightning Pokemon. Look at this, look at this. Don't be mad that you lost, be happy that I won. And Miraidon deck is a lightning deck that accelerates lightning energy. So since the Iron Hands is lightning, it's a pretty good fit there. You just play that when you run into things like Lost Box. You get to take out, you get to knock out single prize Pokemon for 2 prizes, which is huge. But you can also play it in things like Arceus V that like, well, I guess you can't, right? Because it's not a V-Star. I take it back. I don't know how you'd power that up elsewhere. Is it just going to be a lightning type attacker? You could run a lightning energy in like the... Can Excalibur attach energy to non-water Pokemon? I actually don't remember. If it really is just going to be a Miraidon card, then I think it'll probably be fine, just fine. It would work like Miraidon, like Cramorant and Lost Ox, but better. What's the comparison to Cramorant? You have a choice belt for 38 more damage and a couple other ways to boost damage, especially in Expanded, where X attacks exist in Laser. I remember Laser. Laser kind of fell off. But yeah, I mean, if you're playing Expanded, yeah, for sure, it's a lot faster. But even then, I wouldn't really call it an aggro deck. Though, like, those archetypes don't really translate well to Pokemon, which is great, because then I don't have to, like, have that debate. But yeah, ADP is sweet. I like ADP. My favorite Expanded deck, I haven't played Expanded since Pokemon TCG, since Pokemon Live, because not all of Expanded is available in Live so far. So I have to wait until they add more of Expanded. They only have as far back as Sun and Moon. They've told me that they're going to add all the way back to Black and White, which is the beginning of Expanded. And just like in Hearthstone, where my favorite format is Wild, Expanded is my favorite format in Pokemon. So I do prefer it. But Expanded has a lot of nutty stuff. I forget if I had a better point than that, but you know me. I'm a potato. Okay. Guts the Mew. Do I have Greninja? Okay. So I'm going to get a Psychic Energy so I can retreat my Ralts for this Mew. And if I hit VIP Pass, I will get a Greninja, and then I will use this to get a Psychic Energy. And if I don't, then I'm going to use this to get a Ralts. Unlucky. I'm actually... Okay, so I'm not going to get a second Ralts with a Level Ball. I think I'm going to get a Curlia next turn. Yeah. I quit. I didn't quit. I've never quit Pokemon. I've never been like, no Pokemon. I just like, I didn't play during the pandemic because I was so focused on streaming and they weren't doing live events. So I never played the meta with the Zacian in it, but like I played a lot of ADP and I think that's a sweet deck. One of my favorite decks of all time was from around then. It was right before that. was the Zapdos Ultra Beast deck from a little bit before. I loved that deck. It was like Pokemon has kind of devolved a little bit into like you know, just one hit knockouts, and like you have to knock out double prize attackers and stuff. So the games end up being really short and chonky, and there's not like the finesse of old Pokemon doesn't really exist anymore. But like the Zapdos Ultra Beast deck kind of brought it back to where you had a bunch of single prize attackers that didn't necessarily knock out Pokemon in one hit, and you had to like manage your resources really well. And, oh, I'm getting like a little bit of joy just talking about it. You know, like it's good times. I won a League Cup with that once. It was pretty fun. It was a juiced League Cup too. We had 100 people in my division. That deck was joy. Yeah, it was good time. What do we got going on here? Nobody plays this. You must discard a basic grass from your hand in order to use this ability. This return, you can put 3 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. Well, I didn't like that at all. Not a fan. So I'm going to evolve that one into Gardevoir, just to prevent it from getting easily knocked out by whatever their plan is here. Ideally, I would knock this out. That's a problem for me. Whiff! Unlucky. We whiffed. Alright, let's go Baby Gardevoir. That's not Baby Gardevoir. It's not Baby Gardevoir at all. I think I benefit more from this Artisan than they do. Bench is pretty full. I don't know who to attach this to. I guess I'll attach here. I feel like whoever I attach it to is going to take the damage. My favorite deck of that meta was Pikarom. It was uber consistent. It had the burst I loved with Electro Power. Yeah, for sure. Lightning Pokemon, lightning decks were really fun with Electro Power. Electro Power just makes it so that your lightning Pokemon deal 30 more damage that turn. So you would just have like this like little bit of burst, which was part of what made the Zapdos deck so fun. It was like timing when you were going to use your like one thing that would knock out a big thing in one turn. So yeah, that, like Electro Power is really cool. I was just like looking at Sun and Moon through Expanded, trying to gauge how well the Miraidon probably works in current Expanded, because like you can play like Sun and Moon to current Expanded in Pokemon Live right now. So I was just this morning kind of like theorizing, like if I built a Miraidon with Electro Power, because I missed that too. Like how good would that deck be? So I might build that and just play some for funsies Expanded either today or tomorrow. They haven't had a ranked like so like they don't have full Expanded and they don't have ranked in Expanded yet. So there's like no reason for me to be playing Expanded. But I kind of got nostalgic for Electro Power, so I was thinking like, what if I built a Miraidon deck for that? Yeah, I bet like Miraidon or something is probably the best expanded deck under the current sets that are available. Man, I wish my opponent would stop doing what they're doing. I might Artisan out Cresselia next turn just to get rid of this damage. Ooh. What are they doing? I haven't really been paying attention. If your opponent's active, okay. It does how much? 220. So it's going to be 200 because it's minus 20 on this one. I guess? I don't know. My Gardevoir's going to have to take a lot of damage. Did I... My Collapse is still in my deck. Alright. Maybe I should have sacrificed a Ralts. It's like a promo. That's the other thing too, as far as affordability for Pokemon. Like they keep like printing the versions of the power cards as like promos that they give away in like they don't give them away, but they're for purchase in like blister packs and stuff. So no matter how expensive something is, eventually like a dollar version of that card comes out. Before the rotation, my favorite deck was hands down a Humber that I took to a League Cup with like 50 people in top 8. Nice. I called it Reggie Box as it used every Reggie from Crimson Invasion. And it was all about going for 2-hit knockouts with 1 prizers until the poor soul of an opponent plays a Zoroark GX and then Reggie Rock pulls up and one hits it. Nice. Nice. Oh, I hate this song. Alright, goodbye, second Artisan. Maybe I wanted to use my Artisan to get Cresselia first. I could actually knock out their Bibarel. I think I will. I think I will. That seems like a great idea. As long as I have enough energy, I do, right? 2 in the discard pile? That actually is not enough. Oh, that's so brutal. Oh, no. Oh, I'm so disappointed. It was going to be so sweet. Well, I'm at least going to gust up that Bibarel. Oh, man, it's so devastating. No. There's nothing I can do about it. I'd have to get damage on all of them, and I can't. So, yeah. I could knock it out as long as I'm willing to sacrifice Gardevoir. And I guess I am. Because it's going down anyway. Because they have quick search. But this way they don't get to like draw a bunch of cards too. Oh man, this is too bad. We had a like super sweet turn incoming. Hopefully they have to use their quick search to get a supporter now. That tournament, my last opponent that bubbled because I won that match got so angry that he lost to Mega Jank and got kicked out of the venue. Brutal. Been looking to get into Pokemon TCG. Haven't played in a while. Any meta decks you would suggest for somebody getting into the game with Hearthstone MTG experience? Miraidon, definitely. Miraidon is like relatively basic. Let me hit you with the list. It's like it's cheap to buy, and it's like pretty straightforward, and it's pretty strong. So that's my opinion of Miraidon. And just pick a list that doesn't have any weird inclusions. This one has a weird inclusion. So people are running a Flying Pikachu V without the VMAX in it. What is that for? Is it just a high roll the fly when you're desperate? Seems like a terrible tech card. I don't understand it, so I don't want to recommend that list. Here we go. This is what I was thinking of, I think. Alright, neat. Yeah, this is pretty good. Paradox Rift looks cool. It does look cool. Oh, did they waste more damage on this while I had my head turned away? They were trying to knock it out with the other stuff. Alright, so I don't know what my good plan here is. I guess I have to take out another thing anyway, so I might as well, while it's free, worry about setting up my Gardevoir. Oh, they lost zoned me. So I'm down that. So I get a knockout either way. They'll probably get rid of their Mew. How many? 5 in the discard pile, so still need more. I think we can come back here. Squawkabilly cracks you up every time you see it. Yeah, it's pretty funny, huh? All right. Just put one there. Then we're gonna heal all our guys. It's gonna be great. We'll put that right there on the Bidoof. And then we need to try to knock out both of these. Ideally, we'd hit the Pidgeot if we can. But we're gonna need a boss's orders and a powered up thing, which might be tough. Our reversals in the discard pile, so that is gonna be tough. As long as they don't knock out, like, Gardevoir this turn, we should be able to, like, get Zacian out, maybe? Zacian could knock those out. Have you seen Highlander Shaman Legendary? It's still... Oh, I haven't, like, checked up on anything that was revealed today. Since you have done tournaments, do you prefer open or closed deck list? I feel like... Ideally for like ideally for like a top cut, you would have open deck lists, just because like I feel like it's a little strange to have an advantage just because you were playing your game next to one of your future opponents, you know what I mean? I think open or closed doesn't matter for like the early matches very much, but like once you get into top cut, I think it would make a lot of sense to do open. But it's just too much to like manage on the judges' end. So I feel like it's probably a bit whatever. Am I gonna lose to this deck? It's crazy. Unfortunate. I feel like I am gonna lose though. Let's see. I would need to high roll a little bit in order to attack with this Gardevoir. Can I do it? Oh, there's the Zacian. So I have 6 in the discard pile. But the problem is, like, they can just use the abilities to knock this out, right? Like, so they can take their last 3 prizes. Don't really want to bench the Zacian if I can avoid it. Like, I do really have to high roll a lot to get out this attack with this Gardevoir. Alright, I'm gonna do this. Well, hold on, let me, like, just look at my deck. I actually don't have the other Gardevoir. Did that get lost zoned? No, it was the EX that got lost zoned. So it's in my prizes. Huh. Alright, so it has to be Zacian. It has to be Zacian, and... Here, let me go back in the deck. I can play, like, a Super Rod. I think I lose, but you know, we'll see what we can do. So I'm gonna put 3 of those in. No, right? I don't put any in. Because I can just attach them. Put one in. Didn't get it. So did that ruin me? I put one in, so that would have been 6. Now I have just 7. 6 was not enough to knock this out. Alright, it's gonna be weird. I've already used refinement, I've already used that. I don't have enough energy. So do that. And they can just quick search for a grass, right? I don't know how many they would run. Would they run more than 6? I've never seen this deck before. I won a game on Pokemon TCG Live last night by my opponent decking out, and you feel like it's not very common. It's not unheard of. It happens way more often in Pokemon than it does in other games. Interesting that they put that there. They must run several grass energy. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. They can have this, I guess. The Pidgeot is such a huge problem for me. I can maybe I don't know, I can maybe do this. Poop. This does not seem winnable to me. Yeah, it's over. Brutal. Alright, now I kind of want to check out that shaman stuff. Let's check out that shaman stuff. Am I at all familiar with French? Like the language? Not that much. A little. Alright, so we have, you can't see me, or you can't see through this. Restore 5 health, discover a spell, that seems good. Draw a card, draw a spell. If you cast it this turn, gain +1 and +1/+2 and taunt. Interesting. So you could run that with Ice Fishing as your only spell and just play it on 4. Give minion +2/+3. If it has a minion type, draw 1 of that type. That seems really good. We saw that one already. Saw that this morning. If your deck has no duplicates, equip the Staff of 9 Frogs. What's the Staff of 9 Frogs? 5 mana, 2/9. After your hero attacks, summon a 1/1 frog with taunt. Each frog is bigger than the last. All right, well, that's just super spicy. Pretty excited to play that, I guess. We saw that. Deals 6 damage to all minions. Summon a 6/6 Tumbleweed. Is that just literally just a 6/6? It is. Huh. Saw that early on and saw that. All right. Interesting. Spicy set. Hand of a doll for even shaman. Did not even like that was not where my mind immediately went, but yeah, it works with all tribes, doesn't it? That's a nutty even shaman card. Whoo! Whoo! How much longer should I play? It's almost 1. I think I'm gonna wait until like dual stream didn't like super end up videos worthy, and like I'm gonna wait until I've had a couple really successful, like I don't want to post a Pokemon review video right after having a dud video like yesterday's was. Yesterday's like the when I post a video that's too short, it doesn't do well, so it's too short, which is why I'm not posting a review video today. I'm gonna post one. So now we have Death Knight and Shaman. I'm going to wait for whatever tomorrow's class is out and make a review video for 3 classes on Friday. And that should have it somewhere between 35 and 40 minutes. Which is like what my videos want to do well. So that's my plan for that. But I don't like, I don't want to post like a new type of video. Like I don't want to post a video on Pokemon TCG right after a dud, you know what I mean? So I'm gonna wait. I'm kind of interested in maybe taking out this professor's research from my deck, because like you really just can't cast it a lot of the time. I feel like I have to here, but it's so brutal to lose both Super Rod. That's huge. That's a shame. You enjoyed that video. I'm still gonna like, I mean, like, I don't know if having multiple classes is gonna take you out of it, but I'm gonna do what I did in that video just 3 times instead of 1 time. So I'm gonna like review all the Death Knight cards, go over a Death Knight deck, review all the Shaman cards, go over a Shaman deck, and review whatever tomorrow's class is, and go over a deck for that. So I'm still, it's gonna be the same thing. It's just gonna be 3 3 things instead of 1. Just to buffer the link so that it doesn't flop. You took my Flurgle Tox, now I just make Big Flurgle. There you go. So anyways, I really want to do a Pokemon video, but I don't want to do it right after a flop. So I will still do one kind of soon, just won't be today or this week. Wait until I've had a banger or 2. Alright, we have our Cresselia, which is great. We don't have a lot of other stuff, though. Ideally, we would get out our Cresselia this turn and start, like, merping their stuff on the bench there. Their energies are not doing great either, right? Like, they only got 1 in the discard pile. And, like, they don't want stuff spread out all over their highs like they have it. Okay. Marshy. just needs to get a Gardevoir EX out, and then we're in business. So we'll see what we can do. We just have to find a rare candy and a Gardevoir. Here's the rare candy, and here's the Gardevoir. Neat. Alright, so we're already good. I don't want to discard anything that's in my hand. I guess we'll get rid of the Artisan. I don't think the Gardevoir opponent is going to Path to Peak me, so should be okay. Just deciding if I want to even play this Greninja. I guess I do. The risk of this backfiring is kind of low. Okay, so we'll get rid of that, and we'll get rid of that. Go get our Gardevoir. Then we'll rare candy Gardevoir EX. Retreat for the Cresselia. And this is the part where my opponent is very sad. Oop. Because we're just gonna merp their Curly on the bench. Have the old Merperoony. I don't think I'm going to be behind on prize cards the whole rest of the game. So, like, if my opponent doesn't manage to, like, I don't know what they do. They could, like, rare candy into Gardevoir EX, retreat this, send up the Zacian, gust up my my Zacian, and knock it out. And then I would be behind on prizes. If that exact scenario doesn't happen, I don't think that this is ever going to be active. So I think I'll just... Oh. I was going to say, I think I'll just discard it with the Greninja. There we are. Is Greninja almost exclusively only used for its ability while on the bench? So, not almost exclusively. I think, like, you know... So the decks that I commonly use it are, like, Lost Box, Gardevoir, and Chen-Pao. Chen-Pao can always use it to attack, and its attack is really good. Gardevoir can never use it to attack, so it's only in there for the ability. And Lost Box, like, half of the lists are built to be able to attack with the Greninja. There's no reason for a Lost Box deck to have Water Energy in their deck other than to attack with the Greninja. But the attack is so good that some of them build for it because they can cheat. They can, like, tutor the energies and attach them on once the game's gotten going. It's really good for, like, so this has 80 HP and the Ralts has 70. So it does 90 to 2 Pokemon. So it can be really good to, like, absolutely obliterate your opponent's setup. So that's when that happens. I guess I will conceal cards first and see what I get. I'm probably going to end up using this for a Ralts, I guess, at this point, unless this hits VIP Pass. It did. Nutty. Alright, so now I probably want a Psychic Energy with that, maybe. What's my Curly situation? I have 2. Alright, well, this is just working out great. What an amazing setup. Such a good hand. The deck is so much better with those, like, filter changes. I don't know why. Like, it's been, like, I've played a lot of this deck since I changed it, so I guess I kind of forgot how much better it is after I, like, upped the consistency from my regionals list. But, like, it ends up being so smooth. You just find all your pieces. Yeah, I wonder if Gardevoir is the only one that exclusively uses it for its ability. Oh, maybe actually Miraidon decks might run it, now that I think about it. See, I had it pulled up. Do they have it? This one doesn't. Which is interesting because they care about lightning in the discard pile, but I guess they don't care about having that much lightning in the discard pile. Oh, and they're like these lists are running Path to Peak, so I guess they don't want to have a Roblox Pokemon just chilling on the bench. Ooh, I can't attack. And also, it's become a bit of a liability because there's a Mawile that makes it so that your opponent's active Pokemon can't retreat. That's its attack, so it can keep doing it forever. And then they run a Pokemon that puts itself on the bottom of their deck so that they can never run out of cards. So if you're Gardevoir and they're running that, they can do what just happened there, where they bring up the Greninja and then keep it active indefinitely because you can't retreat it. And it can't attack, so you just lose the game at that point. Alright, so Marshy ideally would get out that and Cresselia this turn, so let's work on that. Let's make that happen. I already concealed cards. Alright. Ba, 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 ba. Ba-da-ba. Rare Candy Gardevoir, let's go! Unlucky. Well, at least we got out lots of Curlia. They have their Cresselia out. Let me check their discard pile real quick. They only have one energy. It might be that they can't actually knock any of these out, in which case I want to keep the space open for my own Cresselia. I suppose I haven't like even checked to see if it's in the deck. It is not. Alright, so I should not plan for Cresselia. Ralt's going on the bench. Boom. That's disappointing. The Cresselia's like sniping the Curlias as they develop is a huge part of this matchup. Well, they only have one thing in the discard pile, so we'll see. Drifloon. So it's 30 damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon. I remember like when this came out, people were thinking like, it's gonna be the nuts in Gardevoir, but then it ended up not getting played. So this does maximum what? 120, and they can run like an item to make a deal. More. Let's see. Math. They could put 6 on it, so it could do 240 if it has the item. There's a Pokemon coming out in this coming set. Happy calzoning. There's a Pokemon coming out in this upcoming set that has like a similar attack but 20 more HP, but instead of it just dealing 30 damage times the amount of damage counters on it, it does that to anything, so you can like hit the bench with it. So it does more damage up front, which is great, and can hit anywhere, which is great. And then there's another item that increases HP by 100. So I think that's going to define the deck after this next set comes out, but we'll have to see. Alright, so they did manage to like get everything going, right? Oh, they only have 2. So maybe they can't do it. Oh, they're gonna knock out my Mew? Interesting. Okay. I accept it. I accept it. I'm wondering if I should gust up that and knock it out. Can I? I have 7 in the discard pile. But I would need like my reversal energy or something. Well, I think it's one of these no matter what, so we'll just start with that. See how that goes. Well, with that I can do it, right? And I do have the energy, so I guess it gets counter knocked out. Wonder how worth it that is. Maybe it's worth it. So it's so fun. You get to draw so many cards. Alright. Alright. Here we go. We're just gonna retreat with this thing. I didn't use a supporter, did I? I did not. The other nice thing about using the first couple turns to Cresselia your opponent's Curlias and stuff is you can like power up the Gardevoir a little bit while it doesn't take damage, which allows you to attach more energy so it can deal more damage. Because you can only put 6 on with the Gardevoir, or without knocking it out, and I don't think you can knock it out on purpose. In fact, I know you can't. But 6 isn't enough to reach the threshold to knock out things like Gardevoir. So it's nice to be able to like spend some turns putting some innocent energy onto the Gardevoir so that you can actually like knock stuff out, but with your one prize attacker. But our Cresselia was prized, so we couldn't do it. I think we super duper extra special won this game if our Cresselia wasn't prized. Tripped on my way up the apartment stairs, but gracefully recovered with no victims. I'm so proud of you. You did great, Dr. Pollo. Dr. Polo? Yeah, the sport used to work in the polo field industry and the name just stuck. Ah, very good. Very good. Well, my opponent is going to attack me with this Drifloon. That sickens me. You know, I might knock that out with a Curlia. Because I don't want to waste my Gardevoir that I've started like putting stuff on. I wonder if I'm supposed to ever like gust up that Cresselia and knock it out. If they make another Gardevoir EX, I might go for that instead. How bad is, like, what's in their hand that they would discard Gardevoir with no Gardevoirs out? That Gardevoir, by the way, is this Gardevoir. It's just a different art. I actually kind of like this one. Is like, it's nice because the Pokemon is big, and it's full art, which is cool. But like the guy in the background and like it's not a very actiony pose, so I'm not really into it. Like, look how cool this one is. Like, it's actually doing something. So like I was gonna get 2 of those, but I had opened a box. My dad gave me some boxes for watching Barkley while he was away at that Worlds that he went to. I had opened this version of it, so I ended up using that version because it was in the set that he got for me. Is it worth evolving this? I don't know that it is. Maybe it is, I don't know. I would have rather rare candied the benched one. Ugh, of course we get it now. There's no world where we get a boss's orders this turn, right? I guess if I can get a Curlia. There's no Curlia. So I'm going to go ahead and Iono. Have you ever had to play your dad in a tournament? Yeah. Yep. There was one time we were in the semis together, which was unfortunate. Of a city championship. That's like League Cups of today. I won. But then I lost in the finals. That was, I think Sandstorm was current. I was playing Kabutops EX Cacturn. But it's like, okay, so let me show you these cards. Those of you who know, like, just so you can like witness true power creep. Pokemon is by far the most power crept card game. Like, not even close. Whatever you think is the most power crept card game, you're wrong. All right, so this is the Kabutops. Like, this was a decent card. It wasn't like it was played mostly by me, but you know, like it was like a, you know, like tier 3, tier 4 deck that some people played. What was nice about it is that it's a water type, so it did double damage to Blaziken EX. But Flippa, like the first attack is the one you would use. So flip a number of coins equal to the amount of energy attached to Kabutops EX. This attack does 40 damage times the number of heads, and the maximum you could flip is 3. So like you would attach like a boost energy to this thing, which is 3 energies on one card, but it went away at the end of the turn. And then you would flip 3 coins and hope to get a like 2 heads, you know, so it could do 80. And that was like a pretty good attack back then. It wasn't great because it was random. Like if it consistently did 80, this would have been a nutty card. It would have been crazy. But like 150 HP on a stage 2 that was hoping to do 80 on an energy that would go away at the end of the turn, you know, like that is terrible by today's standards. Like we have things that like do 1 for 80 now, and those attacks are like kind of forgettable. But then the Cacturn, like, this is how premium bench damage was back then. All right, look at this disaster of a card. All right, so this is the Cacturn I was playing for. So you would use the boost energy again. Choose one of your opponent's Pokemon. This attack does 40 damage to that Pokemon. 3 energy for that? Terrible. If you had 1 energy for deal 40 damage, that might be an okay like flex attack. But you would never put a Pokemon in your deck to do that much damage for 1 energy now. And then if it was active, you would poison things that attacked it. But it was like, yo, that was a regular attacker. I would sit there and like snipe things with it. Hey, Ghastly. Do you also collect Pokemon cards IRL? Yeah, I have like I play IRL. I don't really buy cards for the purpose of collecting these days. And I've never been super into that. It's just something I did occasionally. They just like gave me 2 prizes. I appreciate that. Should I? No, doesn't matter. I'm never going to be behind on prizes again, which also is fine. Do I just rare candy this? Why not? No reason to, no reason not to. That's my opinion. And then I'll do this to shuffle in the bosses. Maybe I'll just get rid of this. I'm trying to like make my deck small so that if they Iono me, I still get stuff. But like it doesn't matter, right? Like I have so much draw. and like I knock out whatever. Is that enough? So 400, that's enough, right? That's exact. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. I don't know why they benched that, but don't think it was a good call. Too expensive to not buy singles these days unless you exclusively just collect. Yeah, it's so cheap to buy like a good deck singles in Pokemon. Like you can get a good deck super cheap if you get singles, like less than a box. Less than it would cost to buy one box. So like unless you want to open a box for funsies, I don't think it's worth it. I don't even think it's worth it to like if you were trying to have like multiple decks, it's just better to buy multiple decks. Like opening boxes really is for collectors, and it's perfect. It's perfect. Like having the actual gameplay be cheap, but the swag to be expensive. That's like the goal with these type of games, but it's actually realized in Pokemon. It's not realized in any other game. The one that like manages to be expensive is Charizard EX, but they just came out with one. They just came out with a Charizard EX. It's from a little. It's a promo, and like that dropped the price of them. So let's see how much that's going for. It had already dropped $2 in like a day between like the pre-release sale price of it and when it actually came out. Oh my goodness, it's dropping like mad. All right, so this was like, this is the promo one. It's been out for like 2 or 3 days, I forget. But it's like the pre-release, the pre-order of it on TCG Player was at like $11. This is the base form of Charizard. Usually the base form of a competitive card is like $2 because you have all these like alternate versions of it. So this is an alternate version of that. This is a different card. This is an alternate version of it, but it's different. This is the fancy one. Shockingly, oh my goodness, I feel like I'm supposed to buy these. Like just like as a stock thing. Like this is a card that gets played and it's like the full illustrator art of it. Yeah, why is this one at $16-20? Oh, because that's this one. All right. Never mind. I was like, they look vaguely similar. This is the promo one. Anyways, long story short, this is the promo one, and it's already like dropping in price. Like it says market value is 9, and the lowest listing is $8.50. It's falling. It'll probably fall further, and it'll take like some value off the other ones with it. Anyways, that one that's worth 50 is probably going to be worth like 100 inside of a year. That's my guess. I feel like if I was a Pokemon card flipper, I would like buy some of those and then flip them. It's definitely going to be worth something in like 5 years. In like 5 years, it's probably going to be worth a lot. I have a card IRL called Mega Charizard EX Pokemon XY Flashfire 108. Which Mega Charizard is that? Let's find out. M Charizard EX 108. Flashfire. So it's not that one. Oh, it's this one? That's nutty. That's kind of good, I think. I think people play that one. No, they play the Rayquaza. Never mind. The red, like in expanded, they play like the Regigigas. But yeah, like that's the secret rare version of that. Secret rares have really come a long way. I just like win, right? Oh, I don't have the energy. And I can't retreat it. Wait a second. Hold up. Wait, but actually hold up. Did they, man, I wish I had a second to think about that. I didn't want to do that. I just didn't want my turn to end. So yeah, it's gonna be, I have to Shining Arcana onto this to get it out of the active. All right, and that's guaranteed, right, between the two of them. All right, we got there, chat. We figured it out. I wonder if they were capable of dealing 1 damage to the active Gardevoir. Oh, they could have like gotten the Mew, brought up my. I had the Radiant Greninja out, right? They could have like used the Mew to use the Radiant Greninja's attack to take that prize and then another one. So yeah, they could have done it. They would have had to get slightly lucky. This battle pass, you actually can't spend money to buy it. You can only use like the free-to-play currency to get it. You get more free-to-play currency when you like get code cards and redeem them. So it's not like you can't buy into it, but it's very indirect. So anyways, you get a lot of stuff out of the battle pass. It's super free. Super free to play Pokemon. I still have my promo Mew from 2000 movie. How much is that going for? Let's see. Oh, it's actually starting to be worth something. It looks like let me filter for near mint. Near mint copies are at $30. Like they were worth like basically nothing for a long time. But like I guess they're starting to get there. I have some around somewhere. I actually just I've started to get really depressed. Like a little bit actually depressed about my treatment of my cards from the past like 30 years. Just because I've had so many things that are worth like thousands now. I've had them at one point. I traded a lot of it, whatever, but I still have a lot, and it's been kept in who cares condition because like I never really imagined that they would be worth this much, and I was a kid when I acquired a lot of it, and so like I keep like going through my collection to like reset up some Magic and Pokemon decks. Wow, 3 VIP pass. It's more VIP pass than I can even use. I guess I can use it all. I can. I won't though, because like, what else do I want on my bench? Literally nothing. I guess I get Zacian because we're gonna Roaring Sword. Suffering from success. Oh, woe is me. Now I'm wondering if maybe. I don't know. I'll put this active, and if I get Fog Crystal, I'll pick it, and then we can use the Greninja too. Did not get it. Didn't get anything. Brutal. Anyways. That's enough of that turn. Oh, I didn't know! That's the whole reason I benched it! Oh, no! Terrible. Terrible. Oh, so they're running the Arceus version of this. So early versions of the Charizard Pidgeot deck would run Arceus V-Star. It's the V-Star is the one that evolves from this to use its V-Star ability so that you can search your deck for any 2 cards, which helps set up like you need rare candies and Pidgeot EX and Charizard EX. So like being able to do that is very helpful. But really? Again? It's a little bit clunky, so like I think most people have kind of moved off it, but it's what people were doing for a while. Teletubin, thank you so much for the Prime, my friend. I appreciate you. How am I again? I am so good. With the power of your Prime, I will win this game. I can feel it. All we have to do is find a rare candy. All we have to do is find a rare candy. Being able to knock this out this turn would be absolutely enormous. And if we don't find a rare candy, it'll be a disaster. Oh no, not the disaster. Well, might as well do that then. So new plan. Is to do this, I guess. What is this gameplay? I'm so lost. Yeah, I was playing a bunch of items to filter through my deck. I was trying to rare candy this out. So as often as you like during your turn, you may attach a basic psychic energy from your discard pile to one of your psychic Pokemon. Then you put 2 damage counters on it. So the idea was I was going to put all of these energies that are in my discard pile on my Pokemon and knock that out before it could become this thing. But didn't quite get there. Playing green things to win games is easier to understand. It is. It is. It is. I wonder, maybe what I might do. I wonder if like Gardevoir is like too complicated of a deck with too many like bells and whistles to like have as my first Pokemon video. Like if I want to like teach my audience how to play Pokemon, maybe I should do Miraidon first, because I feel like Miraidon is pretty easy to follow. But I don't know. I have to think about it. I have to think about it. I just really like this deck. There's a Charmeleon. Oh, hey, Robbie. You said hi and I missed it. I'm so sorry. I thought they might do that. The reason that I think this is weird is like... it's a 2-hit knockout, whereas they could have like gusted this up and prevented me from doing anything. Alright. Well, here I go doing things again. If I can gust out this Pidgeot, I will be so pleased. Oh, so I do have this. I just needed this. And I also need another energy. I think it's kind of unlikely that I'll get to Gust. But I might be able to get knock this out. So yeah, we'll see. Do that. I guess we'll discard those. Get the Gardevoir. Go active. Now that can retreat once I put this down. We know that there are no more level ball targets left, so we'll just ditch that. Oh, we're out of energy. We do have the reversal, which is what we're trying to get to. Huh. So I have 2 energy out and 6 in my discard pile, and we're out? So many are prized. 8 is enough, though. So I just need to be able to attach one more, but I can't. Or else this will die. So... these might have Path to Peak, so I guess I shouldn't discard a Stadium. Alright, I have 9 cards left in my deck. Let's see if we can get some more out. I don't think we're going to need all these rare candies. Probably not going to need any. We still have one more. Alright. And that's the maximum I can do, right? So I put this here, and then if we hit the reversal... oh, I can't even use the reversal, right? I would have had to put this here and used it to retreat. So yeah, I'm never knocking out anything. It's so brutal. What should my strategy even be here then? I guess I want to retreat the Zacian and put up Mew. Oh, I could like knock out one of the Squibbies, I guess. Here. Could make this a little harder for them. I don't know, this isn't a great plan. But it's the only plan I have, so I'm doing it. So that means... Did I have 3 energies prized? That's brutal. So I'm running 11 psychic, I think. Alright, so now they need... now they need Gust of Wind and Rare Candy and Charizard. I mean, Boss's Orders and Rare Candy and Charizard in order to get this. And in fact, if I was a good player, I would have just played Collapse Stadium to get rid of it. There's a chance I need to use that to get rid of my Greninja. I don't think a lot of people online are playing the Mawile thing, though. Making good plays is overrated. Yep. Yep. In person, like during the tough turns, you can take more than a few seconds and actually think about it. Like you just play at a good pace normally, and then when you hit like those really tough decisions, you can actually stop to think about it. But if you stop too long to think about it, you're forced to like, I don't remember from a game or two where I just played an energy out because like if I didn't, my turn was gonna end. The way that this tries to simulate the pace of IRL gameplay means you at no point can take like just an extra 30 seconds to think about something. But in person you can. Like when you have like a really tough turn, if you've been playing at a decent pace before that, you can like chill out for a second, actually think about things. All right. So now I'm in the same spot again where I would prefer to Boss's Orders that up. Can I do it? I have 7 in the discard pile. So I can Super Rod and then like just get the energy, right? And then attach it from hand. And then I'll have 8 energies attached, which is enough to knock out the Pidgeot. That's huge. Alright. So I'm going to get 1 energy, and I guess I'll get this Ralts and the Gardevoir. It's a little tough because, like, maybe I do have to get the Curlia. But, like, I don't know. This is better. Anyways. So now we have an energy in the deck. We can go get it. Oh, we had one anyway. Did I pull it out of the prizes and just didn't notice? Alright. Fair enough. Fair enough. Back in my BTCGO days, the old client, this would go a lot faster. They added a lot of like a little bit of animation time to a lot of actions like this, and it's like not a lot on its own, but like when you add them all together, I feel like it adds like 5 to 10 minutes to games sometimes. But I could be overreacting. Let's see. I'm gonna go get my Ralts. I do have this Rare Candy, so we can Rare Candy into the other Gardevoir next turn. But yeah, knocking out the Pidgeot is enormous. The Pidgeot is what allows them to like just chain Boss's Orders over turn after turn after turn, and always knock out your important thing. When you try to be productive at work and just end up watching Marshy streams for 3 hours. Well, I'm glad that my stream is entertaining enough to distract, but I'm sorry you're not getting enough work done. It's a lot easier to talk about the gameplay for this than it is for Hearthstone, I think. At least Wild these days, a lot of it is just kind of did I get the high roll in my hands? No. All right, then I have nothing to talk about. And if I do have it, I do it like ha ha ha. Here, I've done the big funny. But even in the games where you're super behind, like you can think about lines and talk through like what you could possibly do to get out it in this one. So it's cool. That's my opinion. Well, I don't have stuff anymore. I do wish that I'd taken the opportunity to ditch my Zacian when I had the chance, because like it would be nice to even it would be nice even to just have the Zacian back in my deck. Alright, so Ralts, Curlia, Gardevoir, I guess. Go get the Ralts. And then I guess I'll attach here. Is it ever enough? No. I guess I should have super routed another energy in. Well, anyways, we touch it either way, so nothing to think about. This is ready for it. Rare candy, let's go! It's probably there, right? Yeah. So all I needed was to not draw this, and then I had a chance. But since I did, this never is powered enough to kill that, because it doesn't have the HP for it. Alright. We might fall behind here just because there's not a lot to do. Guess it depends if they can gust up a 2-prize attack of this turn. If they can gust up the Zacian, I think we're toast. What's my boss's orders situation? I've used them both, so I need a pal pad if I'm gonna get something else up. Interesting. How do I feel about that decision? It was probably good. Did I ditch my Cresselia? I think my second Super Rod was scuffed. I think I did that wrong. Well, there's that. Probably a bit too late. I don't think there's anything to bench anymore. Yeah. Where she lose? What's their boss's order situation? They've played 2, so they probably have another. Okay. Does 250 damage. That's not enough to knock this out if I do this. Alright. We're still okay, kind of, maybe. They have to like never ever ever never ever get a boss's orders up. Hey, Guapo Pescado. I'm chilling. You know, I'm keeping it 100. Alright, so my big plan, my biggest Marshy plan is to assess how many Iono I have. I have one more. Forget if it's in the deck or not. My Marshy plan is to boss's orders up that Pidgey next turn, if it's still a Pidgey. If it ever becomes a Pidgeot, we lose, which is why I would want to gust it up. And knock it out with the Gardevoir I'm about to make. And then bosses that Arceus up again after. And oh my goodness. Is the Iono in there? I wish I could check. If the Iono's in there, maybe I just Iono knock this out then. It is in there, cool. Think we're good. I'm doing this now because I can never do it again. If they knock out my Gardevoir EX active, I won't have the ability to power this up, so I figure do it now. And then if they just have a boss's orders and they hit like this or this, just this, right? I'm already toast. There's nothing I can do about it. So I'll do the Iono. They're down to one card. Oh, why did I think they were down to one card? I probably helped them. Alright. Marshy, the potato strikes again. Why did I think they only had one prize left? Oh, you know what it was? It was, I had it in my head that they were going to knock it out somehow prior. So I was just kind of like factoring my turns. Brutal. That was terrible. That was a terrible turn there. That wasn't that bad. I think I still should have, brought up the Pidgey. Yeah, because now they can... I don't know, them not being able to take a prize that turn kind of put them in a bad spot. Was there a reason to play Pokemon or just because I wanted to? I wanted to, and we get those nerfs tomorrow, so like Hearthstone might actually be pretty fun again tomorrow. I don't think it's very fun right now, so it was a good time to try it out. On the Hearthstone to MTG scale, where does Pokemon land on the interactive and attentive card games? So it's like Hearthstone in that you don't do anything on your opponent's turn. But there's a lot more you can do to affect your opponent. There's a lot more you can do to like make good plays and stuff. It's not like it has more depth than Hearthstone, but it's not like the level of interactivity of MTG, which I think is a good thing for digital at least. I think it's fine for tabletop. So they gusted this up and did the 200 damage to it early on. And like I think it mattered because it prevented me from using this as an attacker the whole game. But it's kind of funny that it survived. They never had the follow-up for it. I win. There's a fan-made one. This client is like pretty mid. I don't know that it's like I've gotten pretty used to it, so it might be worse than I'm remembering, but like I don't think it's that bad. It's pretty playable. I got used to it. But the last one, there was a PTCGO, which was the official client before, and it like migrated to live. And that had one great benefit and a litany of downsides. So the benefit is you actually traded cards in the previous one, and in the previous one, you feel like the client could be more polished. Oh no, it's not. It's not perfect. I'm not saying it's good. The previous client, you had to trade cards, and like you'd think that that was good because then you could kind of like trade to get your collection, and like your cards keep value even when you're not using them, whatever. But what it devolved into packs or currency. So you would get new set only packs. New set only packs were worth an amount of had value, and you would trade like, you know, maybe the good thing was worth 10 packs for a copy on the trade board. So you would get 10 new set packs and you could get one copy of a relevant thing. So you had to end up buying like, you know, 100 packs of the current set in order to trade for a deck. And that's how you got cards, other than buying way more packs and raw opening them. And in this one, you can craft. So like there is no trading. It's like exactly like Hearthstone. You have a currency and you craft cards that you want. And so it took all the tedium of acquiring cards in the old one and exchanged it for the convenient Hearthstone system. But what we lost is crafting is better than trading. Yeah, it's like it's the same thing because you ended up needing currency to trade, but the currency was packs. So instead of opening your packs, you had to like hoard them to trade for the things you wanted. So it's the same thing, except like you had to like people had to post the thing you wanted to get, and you had to like acquire the packs necessary, then go to the thing, press the search function, hope that like enough of them populated, and then like if you really wanted to make sure you were getting the best deal, you had to wait like 10 minutes for the thing to fully populate. It was just like, without showing you, it's a little like, I guess you got to take my word for it, but like it was a grind. It was not fun to trade for cards. Lucifer, I was waiting until I finished my spiel. I guess it's going longer than I expected. Anyways, thank you so much for the 2 months of Prime. I really appreciate you. I didn't want to forget, so I cut off. But yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. But now you just craft it. You just like have the currency, you go make the thing. Easy peasy. But like it lost so much in the meantime. Like the animations take longer. There's all these shiny effects that make it a little bit hard to look at. The other version had all the cards. Like this one doesn't have all the cards in it. We're still waiting on expanded to be uploaded. But there's a lot more bugs and there's just a lot more lag in between effects. Oh, and the real kicker is like when you copy a deck code in this, you hi Winnie. When you copy a deck code in this, in PTCGO, if you had a version of a card that you were copying from a deck code, but you didn't have the version that was in the deck code, it would make the switch for you. So like Hearthstone translation, if you were copying a deck code that has like core set or League of Explorers Reno Jackson in it, and you don't have that one, but you do have signature Reno Jackson, it just puts signature Reno Jackson in for you. You don't have to worry about it. In this one, it would populate League of Explorers Reno that you don't have, and you have to go to it, and like you have to go to the card, add the version that you want, and then subtract the version that you don't have. You can't just like put in the new one and have it like fulfill the requirement. You have to like manually subtract the old one, and you have to do it in that order, because if you don't do it in that order,
you pull the deck first, then you have to search Reno up and add Reno to the list, because it goes away. Your reference point goes away. That's brutal. And sometimes like you have to, if you populate a list, and you don't have the version of the card for that list, you have to like check each one of them specifically before you just start crafting them to fulfill the requirement, because like for the same reason, like it shows you the current version, so you have to like manually check and make sure. And then you also have to keep track of like whatever fancy arts you have, because like it's gonna auto populate. Okay, so the real issue with that, so like say you copy a new deck list and you have 4 fancy Iono, but it populates with 4 regular Iono. If you want to add your 4 fancy Iono, you can't just add the 4 and then subtract the 4. You have to like take a couple of the original Iono off, then add the new Iono, and then take another couple of the fancy Iono off again. And it was so much more convenient in the PTCGO screen. You could just like, you could have all the like, you don't have to click into the card to see the alternate arts. It would just show them all to you, and you could like drag them around, make the switches really easy. It's so much more clunky now. Oh, thanks, Lucifer. You meant like it puts in Reno from Oldham and not Reno from Oldham. No. There's this different Pokemon card variants. Yeah. I wasn't paying attention at all. My opponent just kind of did some stuff, so that's pretty cool. Good for them. Let's hope we can do some stuff too. Twist moment. There you are. See, I don't even know why they changed the client instead of just updating the old one a little bit. The old one was just better. It looked nicer. It looked cuter. Like, this is so distracting and obnoxious. Like, I miss PTCGO. Sad Marshy. I'm going to play this for the purpose of looking at what's in my deck, and then letting that influence my decisions. Do I have this? I do. Okay, so I could get that out and a Gardevoir EX, and then be able to knock something out this turn. So maybe I don't do this yet. No, maybe I do. So I'm going to do that, and then we're going to do this. Are they improving the client all the time? They've like, it's a lot less buggy than it used to be. So in that sense, they are. Alright, so now if I had a rare candy, I could make a Gardevoir EX, but then what? I used to run a choice belt in here just so that I could knock out Pokemon V with the actual Gardevoir, because then I can go rare candy into this Gardevoir and deal 220. But so many Pokemon aren't Vs now. They're like, it's frequently just a wasted space. Let's see what we got. We did get the rare candy, so we could rare candy Gardevoir EX, but we don't have... Can't even knock out the Flaffy, right? Oh, if we have enough energies, we can. We have 6 energy in the discard pile. We could do it. Is it worth knocking out the Flaffy? Yeah, it is, right? Seems good. It's not great. It's worth doing, I think. The reason it's not great is because, like, look at all these 2-prize attackers here, and Flaffy is the only not 2-prize attacker. So it's like, we didn't really get a prize, because it's not going to be easy for us to take another 1-prizer unless they bench another one. We're still going to have to take 6 more prizes by knocking out 3 of these big things, but the Flaffy powers up their guys. It gets a lightning energy out of the discard pile and puts it on a Pokemon every turn. So this is what I was talking about, by the way, as far as like putting extra energy on the Gardevoir without having the downside of the 2 damage with the Cresselia. So now we're taking the 2 damage off, and we're putting it over here on this Flaffy. So I've gotten to put extra energy on my Curlia, which will become the Gardevoir with limited HP, and make it easier for Gardevoir to attack bigger things. The problem is, the Gardevoir is already well equipped to deal with 220 and 200 HP guys, so it doesn't super matter in this matchup, but like in the mirror especially, it's really good. So they are working on the client, and I hope it does get better. And it's like, it's still workable. Like, it's not like, if I didn't have the reference point of the old PTCGO client, I wouldn't even be complaining. Like, it's fine. It gets the job done. Like, I have fun playing on this client, and it has the extra bonus of like being on iPhone. Like, the old PTCGO, you had to play iPad, and maybe Android phones eventually got it. I don't remember. But iPhones didn't have it, so I couldn't play mobile before. But I can play mobile with Live. Not that the Live client is great, but it's all right. It's good enough. So like, I think it's a fine client, but when you compare it to the old one, it's like, it was such a downgrade. How does it feel to put tech cards in Pokemon? It's so much better. It's so much better than it is in Hearthstone, because you have access to your whole deck all the time. Like, look how much tutors I have. If like, for example, when I want Manaphy, I just use Level Ball. I go get Manaphy. Manaphy means, oh, here it is. Prevent all damage done to your bench Pokemon by attacks from your opponent's Pokemon. So this is not relevant in a lot of in every matchup. It is relevant in several matchups. So like, if I think I'm gonna need Manaphy, I have access to it. It's like if I need it, I'm probably gonna be able to find it. And if I don't need it, my deck otherwise has so much draw and tutor that it's not weighing me down to be down a card. So like the downside of tech cards is so much less apparent in Pokemon than it is in other card games. I'm gonna send this one up because I want to use more energies with this one. I do have to get rid of this Path to Peak. Path to Peak is shutting off my Gardevoir that powers up my things. It's also shutting off my Greninja here, which is unfortunate. Okay. I forget, is a worker already gone? I've lost an artisan, and I've not lost the worker. So, will Iono last? 4 energy. Okay. Watch me at worker, no stadium. That's pretty funny. Alright, come on, give me one of the stadiums in the next 2 cards. Let's go. Oh, alright, cool. Alright, we got lucky. How's Pokemon going? 100% winner confirmed. Oh yeah, for sure. How long have you been streaming today? Almost 5 hours. Alright, cool. We did not have to fall behind, which is really nice, because I hate to fall behind. 5, 6, 7... I need 8, right? No. Yes, I only need 7. Alright. I count in iterations of 30, not for that. So it's 60 plus 30 times the amount of energy. So I find it easier to do the math if I do if I just count the initial 6 damage as 2 energy, because 60 is 2 iterations of 30, instead of like having to count my energy, total it up, and then add 60 on top of that, right? So I feel like it's easier just to say, all right, I need 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So it's my Gardevoir cheat code, I guess. Feel so bad, really wanted to catch it today. Well, you can see the VOD. And I guess I don't have a hard plan for when I'm going to stop. Hey, thank you so much for the Prime, my friend. I appreciate you. Look at this thing. So this card is mostly in here to evolve into the VMAX version of this, which is worth another prize, but it makes it so that your other lightning Pokemon deal 30 more damage. But this one's cool for two reasons. You can use this attack if you have a few of those VMAX out on your bench to deal 30 plus for each one of those that you have out, to knock something out and then have it hide behind something because it'll go to the bench. Or you can use this other attack to deal 100 and then it takes 100 less damage from attacks next turn. So it's kind of a cool... usually a VMAX Pokemon, well, its basic V won't be interesting. It'll just have like throwaway attacks on it. But this one has like a lot of utility with both of its attacks. So I think this is cool. I really liked... I played a lot of this version of Miraidon. Like it didn't have any flappies in it. It was just all in on the VMAX stuff. I played a lot of it when I was first playing live. Pokemath is harder than Hearthstone lethal counting. Today I learned, yeah. As you've played the PTCG for a while, I'm curious, what do you think about a statement like, I heard, the PTCG is a known card game that limits creativity as Japan figures out the meta ahead of time, and for some, this deters people from playing the game? It's not as true as it used to be. For first of all, some stuff comes out simultaneously. Like this upcoming set comes out simultaneously. So like you do, Japan gets their sets incrementally. So like when we get a set, they've had 3 sets. They get like smaller sets like once a month or something like that is how that works. And then when we get a set, we get a combination of all of those sets that they just got. So like for the first and second set, we kind of get a preview of like what's going on. But then by the time we get a set, you know, there's cards that we've gotten at the same time as them and like combinations that they didn't have before. So it's like, it's not strictly true. And back before they started these double prize Pokemon have kind of shoved a ton of the power into a few cards in the set. But like 15 years ago, let's see, sometime around then, like 10 to 15 years ago, when Pokemon was at its peak, what I consider its peak. I don't know that what I consider its peak is what everyone considers its peak, but when Pokemon was at its peak, I do have boss's orders to use. How many enters in my discard pile? 8. That is plenty. So I guess I just want to knock that out, because that's very scary. Most decks were using for the like up until Black and White, a little bit like when EXs first came out in Ruby Sapphire, but it was fleeting. But for the broad history before Black and White, most decks mostly ran single prize attackers, and because of that, it was a lot easier to balance them all. So one of the coolest things about Pokemon was how much you could exploit like weaknesses of popular decks to have a bunch of like weird tech attackers and come up with like all kinds of off meta decks. Like off meta decks 10 years ago were like incredibly easy to build. There was a lot you could do. 5, 6, 7, 2, 10. That's plenty. All right. So it's not the case now, because so much more of the power is allocated to like the few good, the best of the premium Pokemon that come out. So much more limited, but like there's a lot of like teching and stuff. Like you can be creative. It's like the restriction creates creativity type of thing. Like I don't think that knowing a bit of what the Japanese meta is in advance makes it so that you can't enjoy Pokemon. Yo, what's up, Kazakhstan? I'm well. How are you? So yeah, I think Pokemon is kind of like it's kind of a shade of what it used to be. Yeah, I think it's kind of a bummer, but I still really enjoy it. It's really fun. It used to be like easily the most like if you like deck building, if you like building decks and coming up with creative things, it used to be the best one by far, not even close. There was so much off meta stuff you could do. And like at the peak of Pokemon, there was like 16 16 tier 1 decks. It's just kind of like whichever one you liked the best you could pick, and if you wanted to do a counter meta deck, it was easy too. The glory days. This was like I would say was the set called Ancient Origins? No, that was a much more recent set. Pokemon Ancient something. Ancient Wisdom? Was that what it was? I do not remember the name of that set. Ancient Mysteries? Yeah, like it came out it was right after Team Aqua, Team Magma. It was the set directly after that. No, Ancient Origins was much more recently. Yeah, I don't remember. But there it was the set right before Fire Red Leaf Green. So there through Diamond, when Diamond and Pearl came out, that's what I would consider Pokemon at its peak. That was like the best Pokemon's ever been. And there was like the world was your oyster. No matter what type of Pokemon, no matter what type of card player you were, there was something for you. There were like super spike decks. There was like endless sea of off meta strategies for Johnnies and like all kinds of fun stuff you could do if you didn't really care about winning. It was a glorious time. Hidden Legends, thank you. But yeah, so like in between that is I would say when Pokemon was at its absolute best, and then like it remained like almost as good all the way through Diamond and Pearl. I think like Diamond and Pearl had like some stuff that was it had some pros over the EX era from before that as well. Just like I think overall the man, do I really have to ditch this? I never know, like, in this situation, do I retreat or do I use the Greninja? I guess I'll use the Greninja. Neat. Alright. And then I'll use this to get a Ralts if I don't find VIP pass here. But I found it, so I'm a high roller. Nutty opener. We're all set up. Filling my bench could backfire because if they're running this version of the deck, they're probably not running Magnezone. But there's a Magnezone V-Star that deals 90 damage to 2 bench Pokemon. Oh, what's that? I have no idea what they're playing now. You remember that set coming out as a kid? Marshy's 17th best Pokemon enjoyer. What does it mean? Wait, I enjoy the 17th best Pokemon? Is that what you're saying? Okay, so Hidden Legends was nutty. It's getting a functional reprint in this upcoming set. I don't know that it matters as much as it used to. But there was this card. It was a Technical Machine. So Technical Machines just kind of got reworked to be a different type of tool. So now it's like a tool is going to give the Pokemon an attack, but
Back in my day,
it was its own trainer subtype that functioned exactly like tools, except you could have as many technical machines on a Pokemon as you want. But it just gave it a new attack, and the attack devolved all of your opponent's Pokemon. for 1 energy, and people would just play like 2 of those in every deck because it would undo your opponent's rare candies. It would allow you to knock out Pokemon that you like. You could deal 80 damage to something that had evolved from an 80 HP Pokemon. Even though this new thing has like 120 HP, it had 80 damage counters on it. And then you would devolve all of your opponent's Pokemon, so it would devolve into a Pokemon that didn't have enough HP to survive the damage that was on it, and you get a knockout that way. There was a 17 by your name on the match screen. Oh, I see. And so that was like a meta-defining card from Hidden Legends. It's getting a functional reprint in this upcoming set, so it's not the same. I couldn't like bust out my old copies, which I love to do. I have a lot of like old Pokemon cards, and whenever I can play them, I do. Marshy needs rare candies. He does not have them. Not into it. Not into it, chat. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that type of effect is still good. I don't know that it is necessarily now. Do I want to rare candy my Gardevoir? I feel like if I rare candy my Gardevoir now, it mostly just gives them the opportunity to gust it up and knock it out. But I don't think they're going to do that next turn. And they're much more likely to Iono to shuffle all that back into my deck. So, yeah. I kind of want Ultra Ball to get out another Kirlia, but I don't know. This seems like a Path to Peak type deck. It might not be, right? Because, like, why would you run Path to Peak with VMAX Regilucky? So maybe I don't have to worry about that. You never know what people will do, though. I'll risk it. You never know. And I do still have, like, Worker and stuff that I can... I'll still have Collapsed, and I'll still have Worker. So it's not like I'm completely SOL if they end up having Path to Peak. Alright. No. Ancient Technical Machine Rock, I think is what it was called. Yeah, look at this thing. Look at it, look at all its glory. Man, I would love to, I have like foils of this from way back. If your opponent has any evolved Pokemon in play, remove the highest stage evolution card from each of them and put them back into their hand. God, it's a beautiful time in Pokemon. I miss it. I don't know that that's like even going to be a good effect nowadays, but like we're getting a functional reprint of that, so could be good. I don't know. Any deck that like tries to spread damage, it's hard to spread damage with Manaphy around because prevent all damage done to your bench Pokemon by attacks from your opponent's Pokemon. So if you're trying to do like a spread deck, it's like really impossible to do that reliably. But it used to be you could run a spread deck and then just try to like devolve them all later. That was like there was like a Tyranitar. I think it was a Rockets Tyranitar, like a Dark Tyranitar that did it. It was like for 2 colorless or something like that. It would put 2 damage on each of your opponent's Pokemon, and that on a stage 2 was like, wow, it's so good. Now that'd be terrible by today's standard. Okay, Marshy needs a Gardevoir. Not that one. I need the other one. So I do this. Probably find it. Ah, thank goodness. I have used all these, right? Yeah. Sometimes it glitches, and it like usually if you can do something, this little glowing effect happens. But sometimes if it glitches and you still can do it. Not like it glitches to let you do something you couldn't do, but like it glitches to not show you something that you could do. This isn't Digimon. Pokemon don't devolve. Yeah, they do. Well, in the TCG they do. They don't in the actual game. Maybe that's your point. Like in the Game Boy game, they certainly don't devolve, but in this game they do. My last Ralts is prized, I think. Alright, so I'm knocking out the Arceus before it can Arceus V-Star me, which is nice. Thoughts on the new Dragon Ball anime that was announced 2 weeks ago? Not sure how I feel about it. Isn't it like Heroes, where it's like non-canon side story type stuff? I still need to watch all of Heroes. I watched a little bit of it, and then fell off. Yeah, they got turned all small or something. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I'll probably watch it at some point. Keep forgetting about Heroes. Why are they running this Miraidon? This is terrible. Oh, I guess getting to draw when you have VMAX out is okay. This is like a throwaway Miraidon. It's kind of like a promo card. Wait, it was from Obsidian Flames? Bet you in Japan it was a promo card. So did we use... We did. So I need 300 damage to beat that. It can be done, but I don't know that it will be done unless I just play this. So I guess what I'll do is proceed as though I'm going to go find a boss's orders, and in failing to do so, still have 2. So I could find one. I'm gonna regret this if I don't find the boss's orders. Unlucky. So now I have to damage this to retreat it, which is terrible for this one because it limits the damage output. But I have enough energy, right? Yeah, I have plenty. So I'll just knock this out the... Did not want to do that. I guess I do have one more chance. I do have a rare candy in my hand. Except that I don't need the rare candy. I'm just going to evolve this one. Alright, so we have one more chance. We'll try for it. Get this Gardevoir. Get the Ralts out of my deck. Then we'll do this. Did we get the boss's orders? Nope. Brutal. In that case, Ionoing them doesn't really do anything either. I guess I might as well, because it'll definitely get the boss's orders in my hand for next turn if that's what I want to do. But yeah, this has effectively 100 HP because the attack they did prevents 100 damage. So I have to ruin this Gardevoir, which is less of a problem now that I have a different Gardevoir out. So to do 100, I need 10. So 1, 2, and then 8. It can be done. Is this free to play? Yeah. You get a bunch of free stuff. Like if you wanna play some Pokemon TCG, you get a bunch of free stuff for trying it. Like you get like a ton of different decks. And they put you up against people who are your same like newness for a long time, so you have like plenty of time to learn it, enjoy it, decide if you want to like get some code cards to have a better collection. And if you do, it's like, I mean, 20 bucks goes so far in this game. Like, you get so much packs by ordering the code cards online. So yeah, it is both free to play and very budget friendly. Alright, well, that was pretty decent. That was pretty decent, and I think we are well positioned to follow up with this knockout here. Goodbye, my Regieleki, and Godspeed. And by Regieleki, I mean my Chumbus. I have boss's orders, right? It doesn't matter. I was thinking, like, this doesn't have the health to kill that, but it doesn't matter. I just do this. Give them the opportunity to concede if they feel like it. I guess the reason not to do that is if they concede now, this happens. I have to actually close the game out. Because they just conceded. I can't actually do anything. If they concede while I have the Psychic Embrace open, this happens. So I should have powered it up first and then used the Gust. So it still counts as a win. At first I thought it was glitching out and I didn't get my win. But it does still count as a win. I just have to... Oh, did I just concede? Oh, I meant to close the game out. But no, it did still count as the... Oh! Alright, neat. I can just concede and it'll... I don't have to actually, like, start the game out. Alright. Learn something new every day. But I pressed concede instead of quit. Just eventually, and I was like, wait, no, did I lose the game? But no. All these new Pokemons. Back in my day, we had 151 and we liked it. You want to know what the 1000th Pokemon looks like? Here we are. That is Pokemon 1000. No joke. You remember String Cheese? This is the actual 1000th Pokemon. Here it is side by side. Like, this is what it actually looks like. But, like, it looks so much like this whole one. The funny thing is it's so strong / kind of busted in competitive mode. Yeah, like in the video game, yeah, for sure. it is a pretty good Pokemon. So the reason I got to draw 3 cards there is in digital they kind of speed it up for you, but the reason I got to draw 3 cards there is because they failed to find a basic Pokemon 3 times in a row. So each time that happens, I get to go draw a card. Because I have a basic Pokemon. If I didn't have one, they'd cancel out. Alright, we're all nice and set up, I guess. So that's pretty good. If you fall behind against Charizard, it's like really hard to come back. I have a lot of thoughts on the mulligan system and the prize system that I think could be resolved pretty easily, but I won't bore an uninvested viewership with it. But I might do a video at some point. Alright, well, I suppose feels kind of awkward. I mean, like, it's so important to get Gardevoir out now. Maybe I don't need collapsed. I feel like there's a pretty decent chance I'll want this reversal energy later. So yeah, this is a chain of awkward choices there. I suppose what I could have done is done this first, and like if I'd found Battle VIP Pass, I could have tossed that. So maybe I did that wrong. Also, if I'm going to knock that out this turn, I think it's going to be with Cresselia, so maybe I will just play the reversal energy here. Cool. So they have 2 Pidgey out, which is unfortunate because I want to knock out their Pidgey so they don't have a Pidgey anymore. We have 3. Alright, cool. So I am going to knock out one of these Pidgey, but it's not going to prevent them from Pidgeotting next turn because they have 2 of them. Just gonna retreat anyway, right? Doesn't matter. Maybe that energy frees it up for like super rod type stuff. Maybe I should have knocked out that one. The Pidgeot's attack is okay, and actually they could have gone Rare Candy Pidgeot and knocked out my Cresselia, so maybe that was the right move. It's tough to say. It really just depends on how the rest of the game plays out. Iono. Ooh, if they get Arceus, they get the Pidgeot because they can go get Rare Candy and Pidgeot with the Arceus' ability. All right, yeah. So the Arceus V-Star, its V-Star ability, which means you can only use it once ever, and then you can't use a V-Star thing after that. During your turn, you may search your deck for up to 2 cards and put them into your hand. I hate that whenever like they activate something, it removes this. I'd rather like it just let me read until I want to get out. Anyways, they run this. I don't think that the best version of the deck runs Arceus, but the reason that they run it is so that they can get what they need. They need 2 Rare Candies, and they need a Charizard EX and a Pidgeot EX to get going. So the Arceus helps you get the Rare Candy Pidgeot, and the Pidgeot helps you get the Rare Candy Charizard. And then from once you have the Pidgeot out as this deck, like the Charizard powers itself up. So once that's out, it has a lot of HP and it does a lot of damage. And it's not hard to make another one because the next one will power itself up, right? So all you have to do is get out another Charizard, and then the other Charizard is ready to go. So you can afford to use the Pidgeot's ability is to search your deck for a card once every turn. You can just keep using this to get boss's orders and like pick off your opponent's most important thing off the bench turn after turn after turn. So that's what makes this deck so annoying. The other thing is like the Gardevoir EX is weak to dark, and it's a dark Charizard because it's terrestrialized to be dark. So like it knocks out my 2 prize thing that has to be out for my deck to function every time. All right, so send this out. Oh, what's our energy situation? We only have 2 in the discard pile. It's not looking good. I need so many more in the discard pile for this to work. Well, I super don't want to give them a bunch of cards. So I'm going to research instead of Iono. Okay. If I can get an Ultra Ball here, I think we might be alright. Probably should have done this first. Maybe not now. Now I should play this. I already used this, right? Yeah. Because we want them to be in the deck, because if this draws energies, I can attach them. So, all around, terribly done on my part. I have 4 in the discard pile, so can't knock this out. Ever. But maybe I weaken it up. I'm going to put the maximum amount of damage on this Gardevoir, because if my opponent bosses orders my Gardevoir, I don't want to have to rely on having to find another one. I can just attack with this. But yeah, I'll get the last energy out of my deck. And then go ahead and do that damage. It's not great. If we could have gotten a knockout this turn, I think we almost always won the game. But depending on how this goes, I think we could potentially boss's orders up the Pidgeot and knock that out next turn. And that's going to make it harder for us not to have control of this game. Ooh, they run the Lost City sometimes. It's a little brutal. So whenever a knockout happens, the Pokemon goes to the Lost Stone instead of the discard pile. So we're now, like, we can't get a Gardevoir back. And I forget if the other one's prized or not. Yeah, I can check with this. And if it is prized, just attack with this, I guess. I don't know why I sent that one up instead of that one. That was a terrible idea. Alright, so we do have it. Just gotta find it. Man, sending this up first was such a bad idea. Like, it wasn't an idea, it was just like absence of thought that led to that happening. But if we can get an Ultra Ball or Gardevoir. There we go. There we go. I also have this to play. Cool. So... it's gotta be this still, huh? Alright, never mind. But yeah, I'll do this. Oh, we're behind on prizes. So we're fine. Alright, never mind. Never mind.
Alright. 5 on my friend here, and then we'll gust up the thing. Is Pokemon... in Pokemon, how easy is it to say, oh no, I don't have this card here is a good substitution for it instead? It's not as big of an issue, because it's not too expensive to acquire most cards. So like, what would you substitute for this is like, well, it's not really a factor. Alright, so getting rid of the Pidgeot is good. I think, for this deck, if you didn't have Pidgeot, for example, but still wanted to play Charizard, you could, like, run the Bidoof instead. Like, there's a Bibarel that, like, when your hand is empty, you can draw until you have 5, or, like, you draw until you have 5, but you want your hand to be empty. How expensive is one competitive deck? Like, if you wanted an IRL paper deck, it's like $50 for the whole thing. Just super inexpensive. But to get it in here, it's pretty cheap. You just have to... Is that supposed to be an oof? Because that's like mega cheap by IRL standards. But in here, you could build a free-to-play deck easy peasy. How expensive are other card game decks? Like way more than that. Like Magic is crazy these days. It's like $200 to play a deck in standard, and I think that's on the cheap end. Granted, I haven't kept up for a while, but like I'm priced out of MTG. And then, like, I don't even know about Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, there was a while where having a good Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck was like $1,000. Brutal. Oh. Opponent did not have the, what's my energy situation? I have 3 in the discard pile, 5 on this, so 8, and this is 9. How many are in my deck? 1 is in my deck. In order to retreat this, I need to attach 2 energies to it. So... try to empty this as much as possible, but there's nothing else to find. There's nothing else to find except, like, Super Rod. But here's the thing. I could, like, do this first to draw 2 cards and hope that it, like... hits Super Rod and doesn't hit the energy. But then if I draw the energy, it sucks. So it's like, do I just do this first? You just don't know the math on that. 2 cards is more likely to not find the energy to find it, right? Because 2 will be in my hand. So I guess I do this one first. And if I hit Super Rod... See, that would have been, we could have retreated the Zacian. But I can't just like its damage is too high. Okay, so what I do is this. And then this. And I guess this. And then I guess I always have to put in 1, right? So it doesn't matter. So then I Iono, which will almost certainly give me a Super Rod, right? There was Super Rods in there. And then I can Super Rod to put in 3 energy. And then as long as one of those gets hit off of the Shining Arcana, we can still retreat the Zacian. Brutal. Alright, well... guess they got more cards for no benefit, and they get a free attack on the station. So what's brutal about this is now all they need to do is, on the follow-up attack here, all they need to do is Boss's orders my
Gardevoir, and then you just win. Interesting. That was a pretty good play. I have no more of that left. And like, this is 10 short of being able to make the knockout itself. Oh, you know, they are pretty behind on prizes, aren't they? Alright, we'll be fine. Because even if they knock this out, we can, like, knock out whatever. With, with the other Gardevoir the following turn. Because I don't think they have a way to deal damage through not attacking. So they have 3 prizes. My Gardevoir is worth 2. And they don't have a way to take out 2 in a turn. I'm about to take 2 prizes from this. So as long as I can boss his orders... as long as I can boss his orders... I can knock out something next turn. Maybe I will do this. Just to put myself in a position to where I have the boss's orders in hand already. Alright. How do you feel about the type of mods in this game making logical sense? What do you mean? I don't understand. Where are the Yogs or Reno? I'm confused and scared. As well you should be. Zacian being a psychic type. Oh, okay, yeah. So it's just to consolidate. We don't want to have, like, what is it, 21 types? So fairy Pokemon fall into the psychic category now. They didn't used to. They used to have their own type. But they were recently changed because having extra types... I guess it just wasn't worth it for them to have fairies have their own type. So a lot of Pokemon are consolidated. And I don't know, it makes sense. You just have to know it. But I guess, like, I got into Pokemon by way of the card game, so I was used to it since always. Oh, we got an update. Let me see what's up. They said that there was going to be an update today. If it ends up not working, I think this is as good a time as any to call it. But we'll see what the update is. There's a set coming out, Paradox Rift. So I think the update will either set up for that to happen at the end of the Battle Pass in a week, or we'll add that as an available thing. Guardy player? How do you feel about what's up with Guardy player? Is that a bad thing? Does it sicken you? I wish it was easier to, like, look at decks without having to, like, go to the edit part. I wanted to look at sets. So is that here? Can I not? Is it just way down? Okay, so they haven't added it. I was, like, curious if they'd added it 151. Pokemon TCG looks complicated. It is a little bit, I guess, if you compare it to Hearthstone, because, like, Hearthstone is built to be simple, and Pokemon is built to be Pokemon. You just like Lost Zone? That's what's up. But like once you play a little bit, it's not complicated. It's not more complicated than picking up a new game. Like any other new trading card game is what I mean. Tails. I ordered that coin that we just saw flipped. I ordered 5 of them off eBay to use as like ability used counters prior to the regional event. They didn't come in time, and they still haven't come. But so this is like I have mixed feelings about this hand because like I don't like having the Zacian active, but we have a battle VIP pass, which is really good, so that's nice. But yeah, so they didn't come in time, so I ended up not getting them. That's the end of my super good story. I also, like, against the deck that I'm up against, I don't even want to bench my, my Zacian at all. So it's a bit sad. I'm gonna put this down, because I'm assuming... I don't know that I should even assume Greninja can hit anymore. I see a lot of decks not running the energy for it. If you have VIP Pass and Guardy your hand, you're golden. It does help. It does help. But having Zacian active does hurt. VIP Fast does not fully make up for that. Is Pokemon TCG more or less convoluted than Yu-Gi-Oh? Less. Can you do a little backseat advice versus Lost Zone? Okay, go ahead. What's your thought? How many different Pokemon coins do you have? I imagine they are easy to come by. They came from theme decks that I don't really buy a lot. So I don't have too much. I have some lying around. It's really easy. It's really good to bench Radiant Greninja because you're going to outplay their Escape Rope kill on the first turn. It's really good to bench Radiant Greninja. Radiant Greninja, because you're gonna outplay their Escape Rope kill on the first turn. Like, you want me to play Radiant Greninja so that when they play Escape Rope, they don't knock out a Pokemon instead of knocking out a Pokemon. How do I feel about that? I feel like when I do have Radiant Greninja out, I typically send it up in those circumstances. But, like, this thing. It matters if I collapse Stadium later. But, like, it's an easy kill for the Sableye as things get going. Have that. I saw Psychic and Lightning. So it was probably not water. I actually don't know. Sometimes they run like a ton of different energies. But yeah, maybe I should have considered that. I didn't put it down because I wasn't going to use its ability because I didn't have a Psychic energy in hand. But maybe I should have anyway. Am I going to knock that out? I don't know. See, like, I'd be such a better position if I didn't have this in the active spot, because then I could have taken the Mew and had that to send up here. But Manaphy still would have gone down. Is there a Quest Mage or Tony Druid deck in this game? There's like, I would consider there's like a stall deck that's pretty obnoxious in that regard. That, like, it's much more like Quest Mage. It's not like quite as brutal as that is, probably, but I mean, like, it's definitely the closest that anything comes. Did I? Okay. I do need to find energy with my next Curlia. I don't have a Super Rod, so I can't go get Thingamajig. That's something I should have looked at before. Alright, see you later, Mew. Well, I did not get the energies I needed to do what I wanted to do here. So now I'm sad I don't have that Mew. But, on the bright side... There is no bright side. I'm about to lose a Curlia. There's the Gardevoir. It's not the Gardevoir I wanted. What I wanted was another energy. Well, I'm behind. Bad news. Bad news bears. Alright, we'll do the infamous that thing. Even though it's probably too late for it to matter now. What is the deck in this meta that makes you roll? It's the same one. The stall deck is obnoxious to face. Its whole plan is just to like not let you take all of your prizes for like half an hour, and then eventually you deck out because you like draw your last card. They don't do anything to actively mill you. They just wait for you to like lose by deck out. So it ends up feeling a lot like Quest Mage in that it's like essentially freezing your board by gusting up things that can't attack and keeping them active with the Snorlax. Imagine that deck is super unpopular. It's just not especially good, but it gets played. There are people who like that playstyle, play it a lot. I think I was noticing that like one of them actually placed okay. I didn't click into the list. I just assumed it was the stall deck. Yeah, here it is. It's like the Snorlax here. As long as this Pokemon is active, your opponent's active Pokemon can't retreat. And so it just kind of like uses the Pidgeotto X to like search for stuff and keep bouncing your Snorlax over and over again so that it never fully gets knocked out, and then patiently wait for your opponent to lose. This one did, how well did it do? It did 31st, so like it made day 2 at regionals, Lily. Is that a standard deck? Yeah. Oh, a Sanders deck? What's a Sanders deck? Sanders is a dude that only plays control in every meta. Let's see. Wait, where's my tab? Alright. Who is the person who played it? Alessandro Cremascoli. Yeah, those decks, like, Wailord EX was like the first one of those to exist, and I thought it was really cool and novel when it came out. But I don't like it now. I just like, it's just annoying that it exists. Ah, there it is. All right, cool. So let's see, what's my, I have 4. Okay, it's enough. It's enough. So I'm going to want one on this and on this, and then I guess on Curlia over here. I could start putting it on Zacian, actually, as long as Zacian's going to be out. I prefer him not to be. And ideally, we already used this, right? Yeah. Ideally, we'd have a collapsed stadium to get rid of this Greninja. But we do get to knock out that Sableye on the bench, which is pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool. Deciding if I want to do any of these to just kind of like empty my deck, but I don't think so. Yay! Alright. Well, small victories. Yes, that deck sucks. I hate it. But it's like it's at a play rate now to where it's tolerable. I just see it every once in a while again, so I don't mind that it exists because like some people really like that play style, and I think that's cool that they have a deck for it. But if it gets any better, like, make it stop. There was a time when like that type of deck was really good. It's sad we don't get Stadion that they got in Japan. What is that? What are you talking about? It's like discard psychic energy and heal 30 from your psychic Pokemon from all of them. Oh, it's discard Stadium? Yeah, I don't. What's it? Do you know what it's called? You don't know what it's called. That's nuts. Yeah, I would love to run that. That'd be sick. I was sitting. I've been over here thinking like, I wonder if it actually is worth it to spend. Like, I wouldn't. I don't think. Like, if I could, would it be worth it to run the $200 Champions Festival in this deck, just so that? Oh, they got their other Sableye out. Brutal. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Just to get the extra, like sometimes the extra damage matters, and like I really don't like running Artisan. Artisan's okay, sometimes it's nice, but like for the most part, it's literally only in there to get rid of Path to Peak. So as long as I'm doing that anyway, running the Champions Festival to sometimes get like, I think the extra damage on a Gardevoir is going to be a lot more relevant more often than having to, you know, desperately play Artisan to get a thing. So that's my thoughts on that, I guess. Alright, well, I guess I want to knock this out, and I guess I want to play Iono. But I don't have an Iono in my hand. I'm not going to be drawing one. So, no Iono for me, which is actually kind of brutal, now that I think about it. It's actually kind of brutal. Oh, they do have water energy, so maybe I want to get that back. Surprised I haven't seen the Greninja come down yet, though. It's not like I have a Ralts out. I'm about to get one. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and do this. It's sad because the Cramorant knocks it out now, but it's not like I can use the other attack and actually get any work done. So let me go ahead and do that. Pokemon trading card game has beautiful art. It does. It does have some great art. There are a lot of cards like this that just look better in person too. Like the way it's all pixelated looks bad. I wish they hadn't tried to replicate some of these effects in digital. Alright, Sableye out here again, ruining my good time. Their Greninja must be prized. That's my big opinion. Where is this 120 going? They are going to knock out the Cresselia? It's kind of ideal, I think. So, like, we're pretty behind, but I found that, like, if you can chain Ionos at this stage of the game, frequently you just get there. This Zacian is a huge liability. Regretting having hey, look at that, there we go. Should I get out my Ralts? I guess so. It's not like they can't knock out two things with Sableye, period. It's just not happening, so I'm not gonna worry about it. But yeah, they sometimes have a really hard time recovering from Iono. Might as well play that. Might as well do this. Then, do I want to get rid of their Artisan? I think so. Because I don't want them, like, shuffling a Sableye and then getting to get it back that easily. But yeah, take that knockout. As long as we can keep finding him, we might be okay. So, wonder if I maybe messed up a little. Cause can I get a rare candy? Better fix it. Nope. All right. Well, they can get. Well, it wouldn't even fix it, right? Because they can kill this. If they get a Sableye, we lose. That's the story. Hey, no. Because the Sableye will put 10 on the active, and then it'll knock out. Like, even if I hadn't benched this or anything, like it could knock out the Manaphy. It's my Iono situation. I do have one more. So if they manage to get a lot of cards, I can Iono them one more time. I played a, like, I forget what the deck was. It was some kind of expanded deck with this in it. Right before, so scary. At some point, I think during the pandemic, but no, don't get an energy, no. They got an escape rope, so we know that they can advance the Sableye. Ooh. I was playing something with a Dragonite, and like I really wanted this art, but like it's so expensive to actually have it. I haven't checked on it in a while. Who knows? It's probably like more expensive than ever because it gets played in the Lost Box. Dragonite V. It is $91. Yeah. If you want like the regular art, it's much cheaper. It's like $10. Did it have like a limited run or something? That seems expensive for guess it only got like one printing. Yeah, it looks like it doesn't have like a full art even. No, it does.
They're just all about 100. Or they're all about 10. All right, so do I win if I can knock that out? I think so. Can they get out another one? They might. They might. A lot of games versus Lost Box come down to this, where you just kind of hope that the Lost Box player kind of draws dry in the late game. But they often do. Like I win at this point a lot. You don't understand Pokemon? So they have 2 prizes left. I have 1 prize, but the way their deck is built, they're gonna take 2 prizes at the same time anyway, so it doesn't matter. So it just depends on how well they draw. Ooh, they picked that fast. They picked that super fast. Did they get what they wanted? All they need is a switch. Okay, they get 6 cards. Did they get the switch? This deck runs like 1,000 switch. They have to run out of energy. If they have any energy in their deck, see, it's brutal. How long does the average Pokemon match last? I don't know about the average one because I think this is one of the slowest decks, and this is the other slowest deck. These 2 are the slowest ones. And I mostly play this one these days. Like since going to live, I've mostly played this deck, and sometimes the matches last half an hour. It's kind of funny. Like this one is known for getting ties in live events. Because like they just can't finish games. They have so much shuffling they do. But yeah, it was a close game. Smart players can play a poor hand well. Thanks you big jerk. every end screen is BM. Every single one. But like I don't know, I appreciate it. Anyways, I guess I'll call it there. Thank you for everyone who hung out with me on my Pokemon stream. Oh, did I finish the battle pass? Look at that. I finished it. It's all done. Battle pass completed. What did I get? Here's the free battle pass. You can't find the Japanese one? Unlucky. Unlucky. I believe you that it exists though. Ooh. I will probably play Pokemon again soon. Ooh, I got the funny Charizard. I think I have a playset now digitally. It's not, it's not worth $50 online, but it's fun. I can live out my fantasies. Look at this thing. Discarding energy from this Pokemon during your opponent's next turn. This is so whatever. So boring. What would I use this? Like you wouldn't tech this in a Chin Pao deck. I think that's just kind of a bad card. The Vespa Queen is like 3 damage counters on each of your opponent's bench Pokemon that has any damage counters on them. Yeah, I don't know how we're making that happen. I got a funny art Larvitar. It's got a little poo-poo on its mouth there. Discard 2 lightning from this Pokemon. This deck does 220 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. Oh, I was about to be like, wait, that's not bad. Why don't people tech this? But like it's a stage 2, that's why. It's not worth going to stage 2 for that. Ew. Your grass Pokemon in play, except Krigatune, have plus 40 HP. It's my second one of these. Your opponent reveals their hand and you choose a card you find there and put it on the bottom of their deck. If you put a card on the bottom, they get to draw a new one. This is like just a bit too fair, I think, for a supporter. But like they've had trouble with supporters that do actual hand disruption. A lot of them got banned and expanded. I guess I have a bunch of these what is this one? Toad's Cool. Regional variant of thing. Wow. All right. Well,
That's enough out of me. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I will see you next time. Iron Hand's gonna push out Lost Zone decks in your opinion? I think there's that, but also the Jirachi, right? Like it gets around a Jirachi for the Sableye, like the Manaphy. But anyways, see you guys later.